I invite Councillor Sarah Templeton to open today's meeting with a karakia timatanga.
Nori ora ki te whare. Me timata ki te karakia. Tukuna whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura. He tio, he huka, he huhu, tihei, mauri ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. And can I welcome submitters to our draft long-term plan 2021 to 2031 hearings, and just a reminder that we are live streaming all of our hearings in relation to the draft long-term plan as we do with our council meetings. So thank you. There are no apologies that we have for the meeting today, and no declarations of interest that I'm aware of, but if people do have any, just let me know. Tim?
I'm the chair of the Summit Road Protection Authority, so I just thought I'd step back from
Right, yes, so there'll be the people might be the members of the odd group that comes up and various things, so if we just note those with the Secretariat, that'll be great. Thank you. And could I now hand over to Dawn Baxendale, who's our Chief Executive, and who will just give a brief introduction to today's hearings.
Thank you, Mayor. This year we received approximately 2,370 submissions on the Council's long-term plan. This compared to 1,503 in 2018 and 2,997 in 2015. That was obviously a bumper year. Although this is my first long-term plan, I've been informed that 2015 was the year that the Council received over 1,200 pro forma submissions from the eastern suburbs calling for action, as well as numerous other pro formas around asset sales, inner city parking, Redcliffe's library and Graffiti Golf Club. It is encouraging when our citizens feel passionate about their communities and take the time to tell us what they would like to see for the future of our and their city. And this year is absolutely no different. Over the next 9 days, you will hear from approximately 330 groups and individuals speaking on a range of topics, demonstrating the fact that citizens of Christchurch are participating in the local democratic processes. This year, you know that we have asked more questions in our consultation document than previous years, and this has been reflected back in more focused submissions across a comprehensive range of topics that our communities wish to discuss with the Council face to face. Officers processing submissions have identified that in general, submissions are more extensive and actually more thorough than previous years. All submissions have been sent to our officers for comments on the issues raised, and you will continue to be receiving detailed, holistic feedback over time. This work will feed into the thematic analysis which you will be using as you go through to your decision-making process. But we have also added, or will be adding, a policy-focused analysis on the issues raised too in the submissions. And that will help you when you come to be in your decision-making part of the budget. So, Mayor, I pass back to you to enjoy my first LTP.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased for the opening comments. I wrote a column for the Star last week after I'd started reading some of the submissions, and I reflected similarly that several residents' associations and groups had undertaken an in-depth analysis of the LTP and highlighted specific items in the capital program they want advanced with clear rationale for the proposed changes. And I talked about the numbers of submission that demonstrate in a meaningful way that communities are willing to get involved in the decision-making process and that they're willing to work in partnership with the Council to achieve our shared goals, and reflected how much I was looking forward to hearing the submissions themselves. So I think it does bode well for the process that we're about to go through. And on that note, could I invite the Chair of Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board to come forward? We're starting with each of the community boards to make a presentation on the draft long-term plan, and I welcome you to the table. Yanni, did you want to interrupt at this point?
Well, no, I didn't. But just like normally when we start a hearing, we'd have a chance to ask the staff questions. So I just wanted to check in terms of the process when you want that to happen.
Can we just put that to one side at the moment? I'm just invited the person to make the presentation.
Okay, so no questions. Sorry? Do you not think we ask questions of staff at the start of hearings?
Can we just wait until after we've heard from the individual boards? Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Emma Norris. I'm the chair of the Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board, and I've got a deputy, Simon Britton, here to help me out today. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We will take our submission as read and are going to highlight a few main points from it. Our Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board is supportive of the overarching proposal, especially the focus on transport and water infrastructure improvements. We support the Council's efforts to keep rates to a minimum, and we appreciate the financial challenges Council is currently facing, but believe that Council needs to be undertaking planning now for when there is more financial stability for future long-term plans.
So on water specifically, it's just a couple of comments to highlight there. As Emma said, we support the proposed increases in infrastructure maintenance spending, including on water networks. Secondly, we do support the excess water targeted rate, noting that we see that as a conservation measure. And also a further comment on that is we would encourage Council to take a strong education approach, if that is implemented, to ensure it's very clear to the community what it means, how it works, and also why it's being implemented.
Our board is pleased to see increased spending also in the plan to upgrade roads and transport infrastructure, as this is one of the most common complaints we hear from our residents. We do have concerns over whether the footpath renewals budget has increased enough so that the overall proportion of substandard or grade 5 footpaths is reduced. Is it enough to keep up with the rate at which they are deteriorating? We are very supportive of the focus on safety for our transport network, and for this reason would like to see some projects in our area prioritised due to safety concerns.
So in the Papanui area in particular, there's been increased demand on the traffic network due to developments in the area. Something, unfortunately, just an apology from us, a line in the submission committee's submission was missed when it was entered into the web form. Our staff are just emailing that through. And that was relating to traffic lights at the Langdons Road, Greers Road intersection, which is something we've raised at Council a number of times previously. So it's something I know is already on the Council's radar. There's increased development really along the length of Langdons Road, not just the Northlink retail development, but there's also additional office space in that area, and there's more construction starting now beyond that as well. So that has raised safety issues in that area. And we continue to ask for a solution to the funding and implementation of lights at that intersection. Secondly, Northcote Road corridor improvements, which is a funded project in the LTP. We would request there's a bring forward of the spend on Northcote Road, and the rationale for that is there's two significant developments that have been consented on what's currently the foodstuff site, which is at the intersection of Northcote Road, Main North Road, QE2 Drive. So we've got a Pack and Save supermarket consented to go in at that intersection, and also recently we've seen a reveal of the design for Marion College, which is going in at the back of that site to be accessed from Lydia Street off Northcote Road. And we can see both of those further exacerbating what's already a very, very high traffic area. So we would ask that what's already in the capital program be pulled forward to align with the implementation of those new developments. Thirdly, the Greers Road, Northcote Road, Sawyers Arms Road intersection. We're supportive of that project. Again, it's a funded project in the LTP. What we are really keen to see as a board is for that to continue to be aligned with other developments in the area, including, of course, the upgrade to Northcote Road, and also the Wheels to Wings cycleway for Hereward Road, the traffic patterns across Hereward Road and Sawyers Arms Road are likely to be impacted by the implementation of that project at the Greers Northcote Sawyers corner. So, yeah, keen to see those joined up thinking across those projects and the timing of implementation of them.
Our board is supportive of the way the proposal gives people better options for getting around our city and also the need to lower carbon emissions from transport. For these reasons, we would like to see the retention of the Wheels to Wings cycleway where it currently sits in the long-term plan. We're also particularly supportive of the completion of the Northern Line cycleway, including the safe crossings at Langdons and Hereward's roads. This existing part of the cycleway is heavily used by school students, and there are currently real safety issues around these two crossings. The missing link on this cycleway between Tuckers Road and Starricks Road also needs to be a priority, as many people, including primary school students, are currently using a track in the grass alongside the railway line. We would also like to note the importance of the local cycle connections alongside these major cycleways and would support bringing funding for these forward in the long-term plan.
Another project that's currently funded in the plan is the Belfast Park cycle and pedestrian rail crossing. This is to provide some improved access and safe access for all road users, pedestrians, cyclists, etc., for new housing developments that have been taking place and are continuing to be opened up east of the railway line in the Belfast area. At the moment, there are road links. You can go the long way around on the road, but particularly for pedestrian cyclists and other more vulnerable road users, the options aren't great at the moment, and there's no off-road link to get through to sort of the Northwood area and the supercentre at Belfast and the school and park at Belfast. That has, it's sitting in the LTP. There's been some ongoing conversations we know between Council and KiwiRail in relation to the location and design of that project, and we continue to highlight the importance and I guess growing urgency of getting that project delivered. Finally, on transport, we emphasise the importance of sustaining the ongoing funding that is being budgeted for transport works downstream of the Christchurch Northern Corridor. There's money on budget for a number of years following completion of the project to deal with the ongoing effects and the developing effects of increased traffic in that downstream area, and it's important to the board for that to continue to be held in budget for the benefit of the community.
Moving now on to facilities. In the last long-term plan in 2018, funding for a new community facility on the site of the old Shirley Community Centre at 10 Shirley Road was removed, and our board requests the reinstatement of this funding in this current long-term plan. We're not asking for a like-for-like replacement facility or something on the scale of what has been built to replace many other community centres around the city, but would like to see funding for a facility on the site.
We support the proposal that's in the LTP for development of a youth facility in the Papanui Redwood area. That's currently sitting rolled up within a larger budget item, and our request in this LTP process is just for that to be split out so it can be clearly identified, the community can see very clearly what's being committed and when they can expect to see development starting there.
The Council's Community Facilities Network Plan has identified a gap in the network in the northern part of our area, and we've also heard from the Redwood community about the lack of a community meeting space in the area. The Community Facilities Asset Management Plan from December 2020 notes that provision has been made outside of this long-term plan for a facility in this part of the city, but we would request that budget be included in this long-term plan for a feasibility study on this.
And then finally, under facilities, there are some proposed operational expenditure changes which the board is concerned about. Those are the proposal to discontinue the mobile library service, and we would ask the council to consider to find options to be able to continue that service. Secondly, proposed reduction in library opening hours, and we would be looking for some more engagement with communities that would be impacted by that. And finally, we don't support any reduction in education programs at the City Art Gallery.
And finally, our board is strongly opposed to any cuts to the Strengthening Communities Fund. This fund should be seen as an investment, not a cost. Funding community groups ultimately saves the council expenditure in social support and community upkeep. We would like to note that the circumstances behind last year's one-off increase to this fund still exist in our communities, and the demand for the fund still remains high. And that's all. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Jimmy Chen.
One question on the 1.7 other facility. You mentioned earlier, particular, would like to council consider reinstatement funding for community center on your 10 Shelley Road. But your request council, for your activation budget for the site, how much you bring forward to the first year, 2021-22, how much percentage will be the rates, the impact?
I'm not sure what the percentage impact would be.
The activation budget is small.
The activation is a small budget. It's currently in there further out, and we would like that brought forward so that something can happen on the site in the meantime until some sort of facility can be built there.
So whatever it is that's in the budget, in
Yes.
the future, you just want it brought back
Yes.
a year. Yeah.
Going forward, the first year.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, we've come to the end of the 10 minutes, so thank you very much for coming today. And I mean, it's really good to see the depth of submissions that you've obviously put a lot of time into, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Waitai Coastal Burwood Community Board. And I think, Bibi, you're here today as the chair of the submissions committee,
Yes,
as well as.
kia ora koutou katoa.
Thank you.
I've given Kelly some of my speaking time just as the chair of the board.
I didn't even ask. So, yeah, first really we just wanted to thank you for the opportunity, and obviously Bibi, who's our very competent submissions chair. We always need to focus on the things that aren't done in our communities and need to be done, and obviously that's why we're here. But we also need to celebrate the successes that lead us to where we are. So the Waitai Coastal Burwood wards have seen a lot of successful projects completed, either completed, underway or about to begin. Some of these council funded, but others were shovel-ready projects via the government, and still there are private investors also who have projects plans. We just want to highlight the fact that Hepuna Taimoana continues to be an outstanding success for New Brighton. And council, I just want to reiterate this every time I come here, that you can be really proud of funding that, because it has been really successful. Yeah, and also the New Brighton playground, the streetscaping, etc., and the restoration of the clock tower continue to make that particular part of our area look good. Anyway, right along with the submission.
Thanks, Kelly. So thanks so much for the amount of work that's gone into creating the LTP. It's clearly been a huge effort under very difficult circumstances to try and balance the books. The board agree that the balance is about right in terms of the focus of the LTP on getting the basics right, which is what people say to us over and over again, a reasonable rates increase, and I think people accept that rates need to increase. I didn't hear one person complain about the need to pay more in their rates from all the people I spoke to, and therefore spending where it is needed. So speaking of that, we're very happy to see many of our ward's key projects are budgeted in the plan, and I'll call out particularly roading and public realm work in New Brighton, which has been desperately needed for a very long time. We're very happy to see the South Shore Estuary Edge project funded and getting underway. The QE2 master plan. These three projects are earthquake legacy projects, and it'll be really good to have this work finished, and it's really great to see the money there to get this, make a commitment to get this work done, so that New Brighton can feel like it can move on. As well, the Otakaro Avon major cycleway, very excited to see that, not just for our own wards, but that will be an asset for the whole city. I'm really excited to see how that's going to look. And also the money allocated to the Otakaro Avon River corridor regeneration planning. It's a small fraction of what is indicated as needed, but it's a start, and it's really exciting to see that work getting underway. I know in my own ward, we're now talking about, bridges and a landing, and it feels like some movement is finally being made. The board also supports the development of the cycle network across the city, but would like to see more of these in East Christchurch. At the same time, I think we need to consider the way we can extend the cycle network without over-engineering. So if you look at down Ferry Road, I went and had an examination of what's happening down there the other day. Not as only is it innovative, but it's exciting and interesting. And we should think about more things that we can do that help our cycle network without spending tons of cash. We're very disappointed to see the reduction in library hours across the city, and specifically the closure of Aranui Library on a Sunday. The reason given to align with other small libraries. Aranui's library is not like other small libraries. It is a hub of the community, and that community needs that library, and people do use it on Sunday. I urge you not to do that. We are also disappointed to see the funding cut to strengthening communities. As the previous person said, the fund is crucially important to our communities. Our community groups deliver amazing services with that money. They spend it really wisely. They make the money stretch really far. They probably spend it 10 times better than we could ever do at council. I see over and over again how far these groups stretch the money. Groups like Actus and New Brighton Project are essential in our communities, and they do amazing work. And events like Parklands at Play, I Love New Brighton, are precious taonga, and we should be giving them more funding to do this kind of work, not less. And I'll just finish by saying James and I and Linda Stewart spent 3 hours on a bus travelling around Styx just now. We've just come off that, and seeing what the Styx Living Laboratory have done out there. It is amazing. And if you want to see what the Avanotukara River Corridor is going to look like in 10 years' time, go have a wander out there. And that is my vision for the next 10 years for Christchurch. It is beautiful.
Fantastic.
Questions? I've left time.
Right, we'll just open it up for questions. Yanni?
Thank you. I just wasn't quite sure. You've got a line in your submission that says work with council to improve service delivery at Te Ora QE2. Are you able just to explain what you actually mean by that?
Yeah, go on, you start.
Yeah, so there has been some concern about improvements, a desire for improvements, and one of those would be some disabled toilets close to the hydrotherapy pool. And yeah, there are members of the board who have ongoing concerns about those. And we recognise that there's not a lot of money in the budget for that sort of thing right now, but that's something that we certainly want to signal for the future.
Right. So so basically that line is just the heading for what's underneath that. So that's just the heading line. Okay, cool. So it's specifically around that. Have you considered approaching like Rata Foundation or any external funders for support? I know, like for example, in the Hornby project, they're considering. Well, I think they've made a funding contribution.
No, it's not something that we've considered. Actually.
It's a great suggestion, though. Yeah. I don't know how that works because it's a council facility. How it would then get.
Yeah, I think that the local community, the residents association, have taken a lead on a particular part of a facility that isn't yet built. That they want to have the pools added to. So,
modifications made. Yeah.
But and so they're looking at different ways of funding that. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other ways of obtaining funding. So I'm sure that the staff within the team can.
And I was just going to check on the cost. Do you know what the cost is?
Well, yeah. I mean, you were saying 500. I thought it was actually 250, but it was substantial.
Yeah, $250,000.
Tim?
Thank you. Very much liked your comment with regards to the cycleways about, what they've done on Ferry Road is really cool. So you get more bang for our buck in the sense if we follow those kind of things, which is great. Just with regards to the hot pools and the playground and the beach side of the road, how's the commercial life going in the mall? Has that spread through the mall as well? Because part of the theory was, and part of our investment as a city is hoping to go through the mall.
The last thing I saw was a small uptick in EFTPOS receipts, not massive, but then we've had an unusual year as well, so I think we need to see what happens next. There's still some more public realm work to do, I think. So if you look on the other side of the mall, that work still needs to be done, and I think as that starts to happen, which it is, then I think we'll get an upward curve after that.
The other side of the mall isn't up to where the playground was or something, or is it?
Yeah,
okay.
but so across the road from the playground, the mall is still, it's not super interesting to visit.
Cool, thank you.
I think it'd been a 3 to 4% increase in GST receipts. There's also, there are new businesses relocating. I went down to see one at the request of James, fascinating lady who loved the vibe of the area and has moved her business from the other side of town into New Brighton Mall. So from Woolston, yeah. I wasn't going to say that, James, but
which also has a good vibe.
Yeah.
Okay. Andrew?
Just quickly, because we've only got 45 seconds, you're opposing the closure of the Aranui Library on a Sunday, currently open from 10 till 4. In doing that, did you look into what the usage at the library is, and have you got any comment on that on a Sunday?
I haven't looked into the usage, and I did reflect on that this morning when I decided to mention it again. I think it would be worthwhile to check that, but also my reflection was that how much usage is useful is. Like, is it 5 people or 10 people, and if those 10 people really need to be there on a Sunday, and we're providing a good social service to those people, sometimes there's reasons to keep something open that's not just about volume. We'd say the same about our public transportation, I'd say.
Yeah, good point.
Thank you. Look, thank you both very much. I really appreciate you coming along today, and again, another very, very thoughtful submission, so thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Our own cheerleader.
The next is the Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, Alexandra. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. On behalf of the Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, I want to start by thanking you all for the opportunity to present today. I also wanted to start by thanking Michelle Lomax for her work as Submissions Chair, and I know she would have liked to have been here today. I'd like to start by framing our kaupapa. The Waikura Board have gone with the less is more approach, which is obviously not what we've discussed earlier today, but we believe a succinct submission is appropriate. Our submission today is based on our Community Board plan, of which the Board continually raises, and we are sure you'll be well acquainted with it by now. We want to acknowledge the context of our post-COVID environment and the strain on Council's budget moving forward. We totally understand there have been and will be many difficult decisions to be made. The Board thank you all for the mahi you have all put in up until this point, and we know the time you will all put in around this important piece of work will be immense. The Board would also like to highlight the importance of involving the community in the spending of budgets in the area and ensuring that promises from Council about operational spend are kept. Now, I would like to outline the demographics of the Waikura Community Board. It's a vast area with wide-ranging socio-economic spread. It is important for us to recognise that while we have a range of demographics throughout our ward area, the Linwood ward has significant need, with almost 50% of our community living between levels 9 and 10 on the deprivation scale. The Board recognises these figures and would like to state the support for our most vulnerable is the reason for our comments around rates, water, and uniform annual general charge. I briefly wanted to mention the engagement with the community from the board and how we've got through to today's point. The board have been engaging directly with community in different ways since the beginning, and even prior to commencement with this current term. We have actively attended community galas, farmers markets, malls, and also had a community forum to get feedback from the community. Rather than expecting the community to come to us, we understand the importance of connecting in local places. The board also consulted widely on the board plan, of which this submission is based. We both have encouraged and support submissions from our local groups, such as the Phillipstown Hub, the Victoria Neighbourhood Association in regards to Gracefield Avenue and its upgrade to be rescheduled, and the Redcliffs Residents Association, along with many other groups and individuals. We thank them for taking the time to prepare and send their submissions in order to support their communities. I'm quite sure you have all read and are familiar with these submissions. On to our core priorities. As I said earlier, this submission is based on our community board plan and priorities. And I'm sure you're all aware of our major projects by now, as we attempt to keep you all updated as we receive and have relevant information and progress to share. Our number one is, of course, Te Pou Toi Toi, our Linwood Pool. You all know this is well underway and will be opening at the end of the year. And the board want to say a massive thank you for the operational spend, thus allowing us to get local people into local jobs. We have a community celebration for the opening planned for October and allowing greater outcomes for all in our community. There has been so much work happening in collaboration with staff, elected members and the community, and this work will enable growth of the wider community into the future. Our three main board plan projects are Bromley traffic concerns, greening of the east, and the Apawaho Lower Heathcote Working Party. All are underway, but will need additional support as they progress. We are hoping that the urban forest strategy will help green the wide and grey streets of the east of the central city. The board has not asked for big capital spend, but realigned operational spending from programs already underway, and always in collaboration with the affected communities. We will be vigilant in ensuring this happens. The board would like to ensure our master plan projects stay on the budget, recognising that Ferry Road, Linwood and Sydenham are all lower socioeconomic areas and are still impacted by lingering earthquake issues. While the forward laning of the top end of Ferry Road has been deferred indefinitely, we have massive safety concerns for pedestrians in this area and would like to see this looked at properly and promptly. We are thankful to see the money on budget for the Sumner Village Green in the parks budget, but note it is out 3 years from the build of the skate park. We would like to strongly advocate to see this funding come forward in alignment with the Bay Skate Park work in order for more timely and financial efficiency by Council. Council have been clear in the past that aligning work makes sense, and we see a huge opportunity for this in this instance. The Waikato Board also have a lens on sustainability when looking at our projects, so understandably cycleways, especially our local links, are of importance to the board, and we advocate for seeing them connected both well designed and efficiently. The new Ferry Road Innovating Streets project, which we've all heard about today, looks great, and having something similar to provide safe access in other areas would encourage more people to cycle. The board have had a lot of feedback around the yellow inner city shuttle we used to have in the city.
Many would find this a useful way to travel, especially with a growing inner city, and support this form of public transport. While public transport is an ECAN matter, we believe this could be something initiated by council, as it has been in the past. In regards to community funding, the board would not support cuts to community grants. The added value of communities far outweighs the monetary value, and in saying this also keeps local people locally employed. Community groups support the most vulnerable in our city and support community resilience building, food resilience, sustainability and biodiversity outcomes. They make the most of a huge number of volunteers and are essential to support. Can you imagine having to pay staff to do the amount of work that these volunteers do, or not having any of these groups at all? Getting back to the Waikato Board's kaupapa, while we absolutely appreciate the constraints COVID has put on us, we are still mindful of imposing increased financial burden to local communities, and this is why we would ideally see no increase to rates, especially for those in low-income homes. The current level of uniform annual general charge to nil. No to charging for water, therefore penalising those in our city who truly make it a garden city. No to changes in the levels of service and support that governance staff provide to boards and our communities. And again, please keep community funding to previous levels to best support our communities through these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Jay?
Probably more a question for John, or well, actually, probably almost certainly a question for John. Appreciating that you touched on Gracefield Ave, that this probably is be fairly unusual to get an earmarking of funding at this stage of the annual plan for something that would be considered a new project. Would it be possible in the staff response to the board's submission just to get a bit of an outline about what the best process would be for the community if they wanted to really advocate for that?
Yeah, I think I'm very familiar with this one too for a lot of the similar reasons, but this was one that was on the plan a number of years ago and came off the plan, so it is an appropriate time to raise it. So, but it will be reported back individually, but so it's right to raise that. Sorry, Sam, quick.
Okay, just really quickly, was the board unanimous in its view around abolishing the uniform general charge?
No.
No, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, look, thank you very much for taking the time to come and make a submission, and thank you for focusing so very specifically on the kaupapa of your community board. Thank you very
so much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Waipuna Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board, and we have Helen Broughton, Deputy Chairperson. Oh, and Mike Mora, Chair. Sorry, I've got two different lists in front of me, and one of you was on one and one of you was on the other, so I'm going to read both now. Thank you.
The absence of our submissions, Chair, Madam Mayor, Helen is joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Oh, the clock started already. Okay. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present our long-term plan report to the council, and the opportunity to speak to this submission. And we are the largest community board in New Zealand and one of the fastest growing in this city, I would say. And interesting thing too, 25% of the workforce in Otatahi, Christchurch actually work in our ward. So that's quite an influx in and out every day of our area as well. So our board plan priorities are the local network improvements in Hallswell, which is just, there's a lot of lanes and streets in Hallswell that don't go anywhere. The footpath goes along and stops. So what we want is some better pedestrian linkages through the suburb than we've got now. So there's not a lot of money involved in it. It's just planning more than anything. When there's new developments take place, it's just a matter of making sure that those links are connected up to other areas. And this is the big one, the Hornby Centre project. We want that delivered and increased budget. Hornby has been waiting for this for a long time, and we want to really make sure that we can get it delivered, everything we want within the budget. So that's quite critical. So if the budget does blow out, we do really, really want to make sure that this project goes ahead. And it was touched on before about community funding. There are a group of associations in the Hornby area and wider that are looking at funding the hydrotherapy pool. The hydrotherapy pool was part of the design, but there's not enough money in the budget to actually do that. So it's really, really good if people around the table here are aware that that if we can get enough money from the community, we would like that built as the building gets built. So even if we know that the funding's coming in, if you can just go ahead and incorporate that in the building, and then the funding will be made returned back to the council. So just keep that in mind. And the local roading network in Hornby is got insufficiencies in it, and we just want to make sure that those flooding in the intersection of Chalmers, Amy's and Shands Road gets fixed. It's been an issue for as long as I've lived in Hornby. It's an old Paparoa County Council issue that we've inherited, but now with the traffic volumes used in that area, it's very embarrassing when it rains that you've got to put out traffic cones and stuff, and you get the wash through there as vehicles are moving past. Helen, you want to talk about the
2.1.4. We'd like to get a connection between the Eleanor Mosque and Hagley Park. So that's just a small traffic treatment there. This is my area. I'm always nagging about this, and I'm sorry, but it doesn't get on the order paper. Bradshaw Terrace. Basically, to try and summarise, it went out for consultation in 2009. There was a mistake by the board. We hadn't included it in a local network. Went out for consultation. People replied. Then the earthquake came. So it got shelved. It came back onto the order paper for 2018 to 21, I think. And Vicky Buck was the councillor then who put it back on. And it suddenly got dropped off. There was no coming to us and saying it's dropped off. It just dropped off.
Yep.
And we're struggling to get it back on. Now, I know it's going to be a challenge, but it's the only street in that whole area that hasn't been done. So we would just ask you if you can. It's about 500,000 to in fact do it. I won't labour that. Thanks.
Helen, do you want to go on about the general comments and rates?
Yeah,
3.1.2.
Just comment on rates. Obviously, we're probably comfortable with where you are in rates at this point because there's a lot of challenges, but we do ask that you try and hold rates in these coming years. So it's the going forward that we are concerned about, and we wonder if you can use the construction price index as a sort of level of rates at the start of doing your next annual plan, because it does seem it's cumulative effect that we've heard concerns about. Mike.
Thank you. Going back to what previous submitters have mentioned about the 5% reduction in community grants funding programs. You've heard from other community boards, and you will hear from others as well as we go through this. We really, really, really would like to have that seriously looked at. 5% cut in that very crucial funding for our communities to make them feel like communities and allow them to grow and continue. Because if you think about if you took all the community groups and organisations and volunteers out of our community, you wouldn't have a community. So that's a very, very important part, I think, of the social interaction that we have in our city and in our wards that's delivered through our community boards.
Mike, I think we should go on to that one.
Yep, okay, Helen.
Yeah, I'm just watching the time.
You jump for it.
Okay. Now, I'm talking about the Riccarton Bus Lounge. We found it extraordinary that it was suddenly taken out of your budget. We actually weren't told, we just found it. So the background is, and I think it's appropriate I speak about this, because it came in 2014-15, and there was a lot of opposition to it from business people and residents, and to some extent the board itself. We preferred a different location, but council was adamant it was going to go on the southern side where it currently is and on the northern side. So there's two bus exchanges almost opposite each other. You've got expiry lease dates of 2005 and 2026. There's no guarantee that if you break the lease that you will be able to find someone else to contract the lease to, particularly on the southern side, because a lot of businesses are closing up there. I don't actually understand why it's been done. So having been concerned at the start, we're fully supportive of it staying. They're clean, they're attractive, and you've got Westfield behind one bus exchange. You've got young workers there, finishing sometimes at 7 o'clock at night and going on a bus either into the town or in fact to in fact Hornby. And I did have something in writing. I don't know if people have got that. I gave it to a person at the front. It hasn't come through.
Okay.
Am I able to ask if it's come through? You just got, I can read it out if you like.
I can read it out if you like, Helen.
And it comes from...
Riccarton...
Can I say where it comes from? It comes from the winding up of the roadworks on Riccarton Road, and this came about August of last year.
Riccarton Road is a key public transport corridor with over 800 bus movements a day. As well as linking people to Riccarton as a destination, the bus lounges on Riccarton Road are very key connecting hub on ECAN's network, linking passengers to other services, enable them to get to work and home from other areas of the city. So we just question why there is a wish to do that. I want to move on now to 3.2.2, the land drainage targeted rate. The board shares the concerns of the Hallsville residents regarding the proposed council land drainage charge changes, noting that the residents of the Hallsville River Rating District currently pay an environmental Canterbury charge for land drainage. The proposed land drainage targeted rate would have the unintended consequence for those residents and possibly others in the city having to pay twice.
Right, this one. I've only got in a few minutes.
Wharenui. Okay, we'll jump.
3.8.3.
We'll jump to Wharenui, and then we'll jump back if we got time. Oh, okay, Wharenui pool closure. That's something that we're really, really passionate about trying to keep open. We know there was a bundle in the figures, but we've just, and I know the publicity around it has been brought up to everybody's attention, but that's a 111-year-old facility. That was put. It was called the Coronation Pool. It was put in at the coronation of King George, actually. So it's been a facility in the area for many, many years, with the school pools closing around the area as well. It's just an ideal situation. So please, 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 don't knock it down. Don't close it down. Come to an arrangement with community groups and organisations to keep that running. Okay.
Thank you. Well, that's a very sound note to finish on. The offer for the community to take it over. That's a very something that we certainly will be considering.
Thank you very much for your time and your consideration that you are going to give to our board submission. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, and thank you for all of the effort you put into the detail of it. Thank you. The next one we have is the Waimaro, Fendleton Waimairi Herwood Community Board. Bridget Williams.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you so much, councillors and Mayor, for letting the board speak to its submission for the LTP. And I just want to say that Deputy Chair David Cartwright would be here with me today, but I've just been told that he has 2 flat tyres, and I have photo evidence to confirm that that is true. So I will, with regards to have we got the game plan right through to disposal of council-owned properties? I will take the submission as read regarding those elements. I think it's quite clear within our submission what our position is. And in the best interest of time, I would like our board to speak to the capital projects and some of the other community projects as well that has come through community organisations and residents. So our board has always been acutely aware of the need to be financially prudent with spending in order to keep rates as low as possible. This is why our board has not come to council each year with a long wish list of projects they would like to have funded. Over the past 10 years, our board has only asked for 5 capital projects to be considered for funding through annual plans and long-term plans. 2 of those projects remain on our list of requests for this coming LTP. That is Bishopdale Toilets and Gardeners Road Footpath. So the other 2 we have been, I'll keep going. So as the councillors will be aware, each board has developed their community board plans which identified key projects the board want to achieve during its 3-year term. And the development of these priorities was done with input from our local communities and residents. So out of the 9 priorities, our board has identified 2 have already been completed and 2 are currently underway utilising our own resources in partnership with the local community. So the 2 that have been completed is the caretaker's house, which was demolished at Burnside Park. Also the big belly bins. So our board contributed 16k, our community board contributed that amount to the big belly bins to be put out into different parks around the ward. And then the 2 that are ongoing is safety initiatives and car parking on Russley Road. The remaining 5 priorities will require some financial support from council, which we are asking the council to consider for inclusion for this long-term plan. And they are the augmentation of island stream. So this is reinstating the island stream and fixing the water flow issues. So the board has worked with council staff and the local community to look at ways to address the issue. Staff have provided a response back to the board indicating that the only viable option would be the installation of a new bore at Crosby Park. The estimated cost of this is $130,000. There is currently no budget allocated for this project, and the board are requesting the council include this project in the LTP. The other is the upgrade of the toilets and changing room facilities at Nunwick Park. So this is a highly utilised facility, and the toilets and sports storage facility at this park was constructed in the late 1980s. And as the building would benefit from strengthening work, the board is keen to investigate whether the building is still fit for purpose and the feasibility of building new changing room facilities. There's the construction of a shared cycle pedestrian footpath on Gardeners Road between Sawyer's Arms and Wilkinson's Road. So this is an area of the city that is experiencing growth, and there is currently no footpath or safe cycling space from Wilkinson's Road to Sawyer's Arms Road, and a shared path would greatly improve the safety of pedestrians and cyclists, particularly children who bike to school. We also have the replacement of the public toilets at Bishopdale Mall. So this is a long-standing request. We've asked this for many years, and the board's preference would be for new standalone toilets to be built on the land where the old Plunket rooms were recently demolished. And we also finally have the development of the council-owned land adjacent to Tullett Park into additional playing fields for the club. The board would like to request that staff investigate the opportunity to extend the playing area of the park by developing the council-owned land. So those are our 5 priorities. And as you will see in our submission, in addition to our board plan priorities, we are also seeking support towards a couple of other projects that the community has asked us to advocate for on their behalf. So there is the retention of the pedestrian cycleway through Ministry of Education land on Island Road. And since we wrote our submission, I'm very pleased to be able to update the council, and thanks to Sarah Pallett, who has been collaborating with us on this, is that the Ministry of Education have reconsidered their decision, and they are now looking to include the retention of this path in their new development. However, they are keen to look at a partnership with council where they would cover the cost of the construction of the path, but would seek council support to provide the lighting. There's also the Belfast Netball Club. So the board are supporting the submission from the club regarding bringing forward the repairs to the courts. The funding for this project is not allocated until 2027, and we agree with the club's request that this work needs to happen as soon as possible, as it is a safety issue for the court users. And then we also have right turning arrows at key intersections in our board area. So as you will see in our submission, residents have requested the installation of right turn arrows at a number of different intersections in our board area. And the board is keen to work with the transport unit to help prioritise these intersections, which brings me to one of the other elements that we raised at the start of our submission, which is the board would strongly recommend that the council assign to each board an appropriately sized maintenance budget in the delegation to prioritise the maintenance needs in their local communities. We think this is something that the board can definitely assist with. It can help streamline the process, and of course allows residents to get to know how their board can advocate for them further. So thank you so much for listening. That is our submission. Happy to take questions.
Thanks very much. And can I just pick up that pedestrian cycle path through the Ministry of Education land? I was thrilled to see that there because I went to the sod turning at the new school merger site, and this was an issue that was raised with us there. So really pleased to see that. Do you have any idea what the cost of lighting is, and whether did we currently put the lighting in for the current cycleway through there?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to answer that, and I couldn't answer to what the cost would be, but that is something that I'm sure we can.
Yeah, no, well, we can follow up with stuff. Yeah. I just thought you might know off the top of your head.
Sorry.
Sorry, I had Jake, and well, we'll see how we go with time.
Really quickly, just looking at the rates section of your submission, just wanted to know, do you think we've got it sort of wrong with 5%, or what's the board's view on that?
So to answer this, I would say that the board recognises that the council is in a very difficult position when it comes to how we're going to pay for things. It's been a difficult and unprecedented time, but in saying that our board would like to see a more transparent approach to the rate spend that clearly measures the outcomes and improvements in operational services achieved as a result of the increased rates.
Andrew and Anne.
Thank you. I don't think you mentioned it either in the written submission or in the verbal presentation. Does the board have a position on the proposed cuts to community funding, either supportive or opposing of that?
So we would be in agreement with what has been said from other community boards. We believe the community is the backbone to a healthy society, so we wouldn't want to see cuts being taken for those community groups.
So you oppose the proposed cuts?
Yes, we would
Thank
oppose.
You.
Anne?
Kia ora. Thanks, Bridget. Interesting your thought about bringing maintenance budget into community board control, I suppose. How do you see, what would that cover? Have you had thoughts about that as a board?
I mean, for our board, the issues that we're getting consistently are things to do with trees, right turn arrows, parking, things that are already, things that we have, I suppose, are, fingers on the pulse when it comes to issues in the community. And I'm not exactly sure what that would look like, but if that is something that could be explored, as it could be a way to streamline those processes and allow communities to come to us and know that those are areas that we can specifically assist, and we have budget for it, and we know what that budget is. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I read it, because I actually referred to the issue in my star column, which was essentially some were saying that the community boards might be better at setting priorities for, you know, minor maintenance spend rather than, you know, we're not talking about major capital budgets, but rather than having to come back through council.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yanni.
Thank you. You've talked about the maintenance, but I guess I just wanted to be clear, because in some of your response you talked about capital. So would you like us to think about also giving a certain amount of capital expenditure to the board, each board, to do, you know, the capital priority projects within their wards as well?
That isn't something that we have discussed for this particular issue around the maintenance. It was more. It
was your phrase "finger on the pulse." That's what I was attracted to. That
Yes.
It really summed it up well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And that's. I know I intervened because you come to the 10 minutes. So thank you very much, Bridget. It's been an incredibly thoughtful submission. Really appreciated. Thank you. The next one is Te Pātaka o Rākai Hotu Banks Peninsula Community Board, Tori Pedden. I think I saw Tyrone Fields in the background as well. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou e tēnei ahi ahi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for us to speak to our board submission. Firstly, as a board, we understand there are financial restraints going forward. We appreciate the need to keep the rates increased to a minimum. However, we feel in some areas the level of service needs to be maintained. Land drainage charges, even though we understand the need, the mechanism in which these have been introduced is not quite right, and the calculations are not quite right either. We ask for a 1-year deference to better consult and get the right balance, much like you did with the excess water targeted rate. Facilities. One of your own strategic policies is enabling active and connected communities to own their future. My point here is connected communities. Removing a service centre from the most remote community goes directly against your own strategic policy. The community of Akaroa have noticed the level of service has decreased over the years, and this last loss is not acceptable to them or us as a board. Having the service centre use measured on financial transactions alone is not all of what a service centre provides. It is a face for the council. It is somewhere residents can go and ask the tricky questions. There's a hole in the footpath. Can we get it fixed? I hear there's a consultation coming out. Can you tell me more about that? We want to put a water tank to hold rainwater. What consents do I need from the council and who do I speak to? It is often hard to navigate a website when you're not sure where to start. Management plans. We have many reserves in Banks Peninsula area, and each of those reserves needs a management plan. But what we are lacking is an area plan in which these reserve plans sit under. A Port Hills management plan and a Banks Peninsula management plan are both required. I understand work has started on these. We ask resources be given to these as a priority. While I'm on management plans, our community board has been saying for a while there's a need for a destination management plan. Yes, Banks Peninsula is a great destination, and local, national and international visitors will continue to visit. However, over the past few years, we've noticed great strain on our infrastructure and community. That is why we feel it is important to have a destination management plan. And lastly from me, before I hand over to Tyrone, community funding. Please do not decrease this, as it is a very valuable asset to our communities. Our communities make that small amount of money stretch so far, and they will miss that. Anything else from you?
Kia ora, Tori. And I absolutely support everything Tori says, of course. Just a couple of quick notes. So our board absolutely does not support the uniform annual general charge, and we're unanimous on that. And in terms of just the management plans for reserves out on the peninsula, we do have had a number of fires out in the Port Hills and beyond in recent times, and we're really concerned about that from an ecological perspective and for our communities as well. So we really want to see some good work done then, because we're not really asking for any additional funding, as it were, outside of the big ticket items that we that have been on the council's radar for some time. What we're really asking for a lot of the time is operational efficiency that enables us to deliver a better environment and offering from the peninsula, which is for economic well-being in the broader sense of the word, and and not just for our communities but for everyone in Christchurch. So we of course advocate for our communities, we advocate for the environment, and what's really important on the peninsula is that we have 6 hapu with mana whenua over our board area. That's really important to us. We have 4 marae there, so we are really advocating for the strength of the relationship between council and our treaty partners. And so just want to finish off by saying the peninsula is an asset. So we need your help to improve the asset, because by doing that it gives our city better economic returns in the true sense of an economy. And I think that if a councillor, say, happened to have a batch in Akaroa, we want to make his or her life as wonderful as possible for that visit to the peninsula. Kia ora, that's all from me.
Kia ora taro. So that's, I think, us in a nutshell. I think we've covered most in the submission.
Very good. Do we have any? Andrew?
Thank you. Just going back to one of the first comments you made on the land drainage charges, you're asking for a deferral of implementation of this for a year so that there can be further consideration. Can you just expand a little bit on what you think needs to be further considered, or what unintended outcomes you think there might be from the current proposal?
We've heard from some of the farmers in the area that will affect properties quite significantly, as in what might only affect small rural properties in a minor way. Some of these larger properties that have to provide their own drainage in whatever sense will be thousands and thousands of dollars out of pocket. So as we did write in our submission, that should you plant it in native forest and the value of your property go up, you are not actually gaining any money from that property. So therefore it's almost a disincentive for landowners to plant it rather than another means, because the costs of their rates are going to increase exponentially.
I think the mathematics are a very blunt instrument. There could be a lot more nuance and sophistication in the way it's calculated to ensure a more equitable outcome for residents on the peninsula. The way it's done at the moment is kind of just sort of, right, there you go, and it's sort of when it starts scaling up, it actually starts to become quite inequitable.
And being one of the residents that actually received the letter about the land drainage charge, we only received it 2 weeks before the end of the submissions period. So it actually came after almost 2 weeks after the date it was printed. So that was quite hard for residents to understand the ramifications of what this charge is, let alone time to give feedback to it. So that is another thing that has come back to me, and I mean, I've known that myself.
So was it easily understood when you received that individual communication, or was it quite complex?
It's hard for me to answer that because I already knew some background about that, but I did have
pretend
neighbours ask me
pretend you
those
weren't the
questions.
chair of the community board.
Yeah. I think there is still some grey area that it needs further explanation, because our neighbours had to put in land drainage mechanisms when they built their property only in the last couple of years. And so now they've got to pay a land drainage charge, but they've had to fork out $25,000 for, stormwater runoff to be dealt with, and they're sort of going, well, we're now getting charged again when we've had to put this extra into our build. So, like I say, the questions that have come directly to me from my neighbours.
That's good. Melanie, Sam.
I was going to ask about these different properties for disposal that you've indicated. Some of them looking like people were native land, but there'd be other. Are the uses seen for all of these, all 5 of them?
For the first few in Diamond Harbour in the past, so last term, the board did see a use, and there is some reasons why we want to hold on to that for now until there is a few things dealt with, i.e. the reserves, if they can be actually stated as reserves. Some other parts of land further down the list are on the Christchurch Highway, where are just landlocked bits of land that are being grazed at the moment. So for me and the board, we found that the process is not right to be put into an LTP. It needs to be put as standalone, and that's what the residents of Diamond Harbour are raising as well, that there's a concern that they haven't been able to draw it out on its own merit.
But the board's taken a lot of looks at a lot of those pieces of land over a long period of time, and this is, you know, where it is now is probably the right outcome.
Okay, Sam?
Yeah, thanks very much. Good presentation. In terms of the Ekaroa Service Centre stuff, and I think it was quite good how you talked about the front-facing element of that and the need for it in the community. Do you, and just jog my memory, do you know what the usage was or the patronage on a daily basis?
Monetary-wise?
No, like people going in.
We have still not been received those numbers. They only took the numbers of financial transactions. And that's why we said that's not a good snapshot to capture how many people go into those service centres, because that's all they had was the financial transactions.
But it's low, and we're always going to be on the back foot because of population. I mean, you know, up front there. But, you know, it's really about, you know, a citizen of Christchurch in Ekaroa being able to access the same services as a citizen of Christchurch. You know,
that's cool. It might be useful if someone can take that offline and get
and we'll get that, but also the delivery through the library in the meantime. So there'll be some, because there are alternatives, aren't there, to...
They are looking at numbers at the moment, and we did ask from a community board to get the other numbers that are not just financial transactions, but other transactions that perhaps go through a service desk.
Right. Okay. Well, that brings us to the 10 minutes. So, look, thank you very much for your submission, and thank you both for coming in.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have the Waihoro Spraden Cashmere Community Board, Carolyn Potter. Oh.
To do the... Are you right to do the...
Me? Good God, no.
I'll go in the driving seat.
Sorry, Lee. I didn't mean to ignore you as well. So thank you. Are you leading this one off as the? No.
He's sitting next door to the technology.
Okay. Mr. Technology, over to you, Chair Carolyn.
Kia ora tātou, and thank you for having us. It's great to hear the projects enjoys other boards have had in the last few years in terms of projects and things and things in the awards. Our board does not suffer from FOMO, it has MO. We miss out, and like Fendleton, we've had in all the years I've been on the board, we've had no major projects other than the ones that are in all the boards, like cycleways. Our commitment to, notwithstanding that we haven't mentioned it at length, our commitment to disability access, Indigenous flora and fauna, particularly in our area, clean water and the very strong climate change program remains, and it remains important to us. It's heartbreaking, the lack of progress on disability access. We continue to make mistakes and make our buildings and our structures inaccessible to people with disability, and I wish we did not. I want to briefly mention the adult playground that is in our proposals. We think that this is Margaret Mayhew, that the kind of magic proposal that makes the city great, and we would like to be able to discuss that at length. And we have a program on the board where it's being examined for viability. We oppose the cuts to contributions to our community. This is the face of the City Council. For many people in our community, this is what they know about the City Council, is those small contributions to the welfare of their people through organisations, the not-for-profits, who do the wonders in our community. And this is the engagement between the council and its people are very much through these volunteers and not-for-profit organisations, and we are totally opposed to the cuts. I'd briefly like to mention before we start the staff. We've had quite a lot of turmoil in terms of staff leaving and coming over the last 18 months, and the staff is now seems to be settled down, and they have been wonderful in the preparation for the LTP and all the other work that we've been doing recently, and we'd like to thank them personally for that. Selwyn Street. We're taking as read that you've read our document, the long-term plan submission, and we're just going to mention some highlights. The Selwyn Street. The master plan was approved in 2013 and was scheduled for the financial year 2016. They commenced the design in 2016. Engagement and consultation took place in 2016. Feedback was received and the changes made to the design in response. 2017, the annual plan delayed construction until 2020. The 2018 LTP again delayed construction until 2022. The draft LTP now proposes to further delay construction until 2027. We so admire Woolston and the progress that's being made there. Woolston's going to come out of it looking beautiful. Selwyn has been stuck for the whole 12 years since, or 11 years since the earthquake, with the only changes in the time that has happened, and except for decay of buildings, the only thing else that has happened is that we've built cages for pedestrians to cross a very busy crossing so that they can be safe, and that's the only thing we've done. The board requests that the 781040 budget is brought forward to the financial year 2023. This would align with the work Waka Kotahi New Zealand TA is doing on Brougham Street, which is expected to get underway in late 2022. We also note the small budget that was allowed for the reserve was taken away from us and given to Naval Point for reasons that we do not understand and was never discussed with us.
Okay, appreciating that you've just sat for an hour listening to people asking for money for projects. But if you listen to one thing I say today, if you do, just please listen to this. We honestly think you've got this wrong in terms of the local cycle network connections. We're really privileged to have the major cycle networks, the North-West Arc, the Apawa, Ho River network, when that comes to fruition, but they're going to come to a stunting end at the moment opposite Princess Margaret Hospital. We've unfortunately created some island communities in terms of Westmoreland, Craycroft. The increased traffic flow on Kashmir Road is just unnavigatable. So we've essentially disconnected communities from their schools, from their key activity centres. So it is so important that we invest. At the moment, council has got money in this 10 years out. Well, the first of the schemes for the local connections is 2029. We think you've got it wrong. There's so many reasons why you should be bringing this programme forward, whether it's climate change, whether it's children's safety. Please, we're asking that you bring this forward to at least 2025 at the very latest. So many reasons. I could talk for a long time on this one. So,
our two secondary schools are dependent on children arriving from the southwest. The Ministry of Ed has told us they're not going to build another secondary school. We've had parents coming to the board now for over 18 months asking for links in the cycleways, because especially along Kashmir Road, which is going to be downright dangerous with the thousands of houses being built in the Hallsville area.
Thank you.
Hoonhay Community Centre. This is a very small but lovely and loving building that used to be a children's library and carries the atmosphere with it. It has a large section. We have great celebrations on this land, including Easter and Christmas carols and so on. The community want to be able to make this a viable centre. Spraydon and Hoonhay have very few bumping places for people to meet and talk to one another. And this we hope to be one of them. We'd like to make it viable. We'd like the disposal of Centennial Hall to go ahead, and the money from that, which is already allocated in budget, be available to the Hoonhay Community Centre.
Okay, we're going to go back onto road and infrastructure. This is the Kashmir-Barrington roundabout. It's a major convergence point. You would have heard me talk about this in the past. It looks quite idyllic in that photo, I've got to say, but it doesn't look. We've took a couple of recent site visits there. It's like wacky races at 8:30 in the morning. It's a major convergence because you've got Pure Hour Reserve, you've got Ernley Clark, you've got the river corridor, so you've got pedestrians that feel like they've got a real low priority. So what we're asking there is that is maintained for 2020, and that we instigate those pedestrian safety improvements I don't want to go on about this week. I really hope this is a given. I really do, because it's really needed by our community.
And when we asked our traffic people to prioritise safety in our ward, this is the one they put at the top. This roundabout, and access from north-south and south-north, this was the one that they put at the top. And it's been a very useful method that we've done over the last couple of years, is to ask our traffic people to give us a safety priority. And this year it was that.
And community grants, I am just going to briefly echo what my colleagues and peers have said. We don't agree with a 5% reduction. Our staff and community board members, we make those funds as elastic as they can be. Beyond elasticity, to be honest, we stretch them as far as we can. Please don't pitch us against communities of need like Rowley, like Addington. Please don't put us in that position where we have to choose. All of that money goes to the right places and is really well used. So please listen to us. Thank you.
And finally, for us, we oppose any reductions to opening hours, collection purchases, furniture and equipment budgets and staffing for our libraries. I cannot, if we were talking about our not-for-profits being a liaison between council and the community, libraries is ahead of them. These are our safe places. This is the places and buildings that nurture people with mental health issues, maybe homeless, and people who are, in other words, not fitting into society, or are lonely, or are missing out in life. These libraries are the places that sustain them, keep them going, nourish them, and look after them. And they are also, libraries are the most valued by the community. Time after time, any survey comes out with libraries being the most valued. And to cut their income and to cut their expenditure is very much the wrong thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, well, that is exactly 10 minutes, so the timing is perfect. So thank you very much, both of you, for presenting today and for highlighting the key issues in your area. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move on to the wider submissions, and the first one up is Corey Penn, who's here this time with the Summit Road Protection Authority hat on, and Tim is going to sit back from the table as a member. Thank you.
Okay. Right, good afternoon. I will keep this short and sharp. As you've seen the submission, it is fairly blunted to the point. And what the Protection Authority is asking is that the Port Hills Management Plan get activated and move forward. And the fact that we had fires, that has been and done. We even had a hearing panel back in 2018 regarding the closure of the Summit Road, and from that we've had movement from the council to say that it is a priority that the management plan be advanced as soon as possible. We'd like to see that from the Protection Authority as a priority and be moved forward and resourced where it is needed. These plans do capture much needed resources and, sorry, I'm not as well prepared as the last one. Like I said, it is just a needed document so that we can all move to a greater focus point. Sorry, and here for questions, basically.
Oh, I don't mind, whichever suits you, but it's probably best that you just sit back, Tim, because I mean, yeah, you can
Okay.
assist us behind the scenes. Yeah.
There is the three of us as part of the authority, and that is through delegations from the council, so that there's
Yeah.
member from two community boards and from Selwyn as part of the authority.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? No? Melanie?
Just with the Port Hills management plan, here's some of it's been started. You said that, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So have staff said why they haven't prioritised it? Is it just that there's not enough resource?
There's not enough resources, and at the moment we've heard that there's not enough resources within council. So they're actually, from what I understand, outsourcing that document purely because we just haven't got the staff within council to do that. They're stretched. However, it is something that is needed. All reserves by right have to have reserve management plans, and under that needs to be under Port Hills management plan.
Right. Okay. Any more? That's it. Thank you very much.
Sweet.
Much appreciated.
Good luck.
Thank you. Our next one is Alistair Price. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. There are many issues that I'd like to talk on. However, the issue I'm going to address is the question of the proposed water charges, as this will have the biggest cost impact on our housing. I currently have an allowance of 1,386 litres of water per day. I currently pay $609 for water connected based on my property valuation per annum. In New Zealand, the average person uses 227 litres of water per day. That is about 600 litres per household per day. This is not allowing for watering gardens, washing the car, etc. The council is planning for every household to have an allowance of 700 litres per day. And I simply say, is that fair? The council is intending to charge usage over 3 monthly cycles. Based on the numbers above, I will be paying $2.39 per cubic metre whether I use water or not. I cannot accrue from one period to the next. If in any 3-month window period I exceed the average of 700 litres per day, I'll pay for that access. Is this fair? Is the council aware a garden hose on full pressure will use between 500 and 800 litres per hour? We do have different water pressure over Christchurch. My area is around about 50% down on the central city. The older areas have a lot more pressure. Why? If I fill up my car with 91 petrol, I pay exactly the same amount whether I have a $200,000 car or a $500 car. Water should be treated the same. The proposed water charging scheme has been poorly thought through and is a win-win for the council finances regardless. It does not create water conservation across the whole city, as a number, like apartments, will not be impacted by the changes. Water has to be paid for. Please treat all ratepayers equally. We must all pay the same. Please scrap the water connected based charges on capital value. Let's just pay for the water we use. No more, no less. Please consider how Selwyn Council charges water as an example. $254 a fixed fee per annum and 50 cents, I repeat, 50 cents per cubic metre, charged every 6 months. That is fair. I do have ideas on how such a plan could be implemented without affecting the council's cash flow, because obviously this is going to have an impact. Time constraints prevent me from preventing that here. Thank you.
Could I offer you the invitation, if you have got time, to put that in writing, to submit that as a supplementary, and we will accept that as a supplementary submission with that detail attached. Would that be
Yes,
helpful?
I've got a spare copy here now, but I can get it in electronic form.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you very much. And thank you for your time. Next is
There's some other stuff.
Bindi Barclay.
I'll take that off. Is that right? Good, thank you.
Oh, sorry, not here.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my views. Firstly, you asked, have we got the game plan right? Well, I don't think any of us are here to play at this, so I think you got the tagline wrong. With regard to the land drainage targeted rate, our property is at 259 Old Tapu Road, which is the southern west rural corner of the city. 3 drains run across our land which carry all the water that leaves Lansdowne Valley. Minson's Drain is part of the Horswell Drainage District. It is managed by the Drainage District Committee and maintained by ECAN. This meets Jones Creek on our property, a natural waterway which is fed from properties in both the city and Selwyn. We also convey stormwater in an open drain from a good part of Early Valley Road, which also means water from both Christchurch City and Selwyn, and by implication the stormwater from further up also comes through. The drain progresses past our home under Old Tapu Road to the Horsell River and eventually out to Lake Ellesmere. We do significant maintenance to these drains ourselves and we work very well with ECAN. We understood from the council's letter that the proposed rate change would see the existing rates reapportioned to achieve a more distributed financial responsibility. The letter was difficult and ambiguous and we did not have very much time to research. Further research since submitting has clarified that the Horswell Drainage District, as I understand it, is not even included in the proposal and that an additional rate will be charged to us that doesn't relate to our water at all. I therefore withdraw my support and urge further clarification and consultation on this matter. I draw your attention, carrying on Old Taitapu Road, to the fact that this road is not included in any plan for cycleway and is extremely dangerous and should be prioritised in the 10-year plan. And this again raises the issue of the Christchurch City-Selwyn boundary. You can't ignore it, safety has to come first. Finally, a comment on heritage. The owners of the Arts Centre took responsibility for their heritage buildings and they restored them competently and without question. I totally support the council contributing to the Arts Centre restoration. It is an iconic asset for our past, for our future, and its restoration has contributed significantly to the mental health of a recovering city. The Robert McDougall Gallery had the potential to do this. The council has full ownership and responsibility under an Act of Parliament to care for this building, and it has woefully reneged on this responsibility. During discussions with one of your councillors and following a very positive meeting with senior staff, interested parties, including myself, were assured that the council was committed to the restoration of the Robert McDougall. That is, to restoring its original built form and to its reinstatement as an art gallery. I am fully aware of the technical relationship of the Category 1 listed building to its neighbour, the museum. As I read it, this plan proposes waterproofing in 2023, which makes no sense at all. The base isolation, a necessary requirement to quite literally support the Canterbury Museum. The council closed the gallery long before the quake. It has a costed scope of works and an expert heritage assessment in its possession for many years. There appears to be no restoration budgeted for the next 10 years. Therefore, this suggests that the gallery will remain closed, allowed to languish and become increasingly derelict for a total of 30 years. Thank you.
Just on that final point, I will say that the reason for canvassing opinion on the base isolation was that that was the resolution that was carried in the last or the previous annual plan, that we would actually consult on that as part of the redevelopment proposal of the museum. So it's part of a connected redevelopment project.
Yeah, I think I made it clear that I understand that.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Did I miss anything in the 10-year plan for restoration of the Robert McDougall?
No, well, it comes into the museum then. So it would still be in the ownership of the council, but with the base isolation, it becomes part of the museum redevelopment plan. So yes, it would be redeveloped as part of that plan, but it would only be used for the purposes set out in the legislation.
So I draw your attention then to the other part of my submission. I make a suggestion in the event the museum does not go ahead.
Yes, okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Right, now we've got we had a 15-minute adjournment scheduled for this time, so we might as well proceed with that. So if we could Come back at quarter. Well, actually, just come back at 1:45, so 10 minutes. Thank you. We're going to swap the order around just a little bit, just to facilitate. Excuse me. Just going to change the order around a little bit. So thank you to Claire Higginson and Kay Chamberlain, and welcome to you, Graham. And I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, folks, and I can give you the thanks of my dentist, who has got me down for 4:15 in Beckenham, so I will...
Hopefully this will be less painful.
Well, we never know. I've provided a submission with 3 requests at the beginning, and they're reasonably simple, and I think the reason for the emphasis on, in this case, on the support for the public programs at the Christchurch Art Gallery is reasonably well argued. It's a micro matter as far as this council is concerned, but I asked to speak because it's representative of an approach to trying to save money that I have observed as a public servant and more latterly as somebody who watches what goes on in councils for at least the last 35 years. And it seems to me that to make a claim that somehow you can find savings in a system that has already been optimised to death over that period is causing the expenditure of an awful lot of energy and the causing of a lot of damage to morale for no real possible gain. So I've emphasised the way in which this unique facility in the city meets the needs of a very large number of people, far more than might be expected. What may not be clear to you is that the council, through, for instance, its provision of support for art education in the city to primary schools, is subsidising the Ministry of Education to the tune of about $200,000 a year. I cannot believe that that sort of subsidy isn't being repeated in a great many other ill-considered areas of the city's budget, and would request that the energy that's put into trying to cut costs be focused instead on finding ways to ensure that the costs that are actually clearly essential as far as the people of the city are concerned fall where they actually ought to fall, and not on the ratepayers of Christchurch where that's inappropriate. Have any questions? If not, I'll bugger off to the dentist.
Thank you, but thank you for putting so much detail into your submission as well. It's much appreciated, and I think asking us to look to a natural funding partner is a good point to make. So does anyone have any questions? No? Look, thank you very much. And I know that the Art Gallery would value very much the thought that you've given to this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we move on to Chris Horn, who has 2 submissions. One's the LTP submission and the other is a climate change submission. So the climate change submission's on the hub in the same area as well. So, yeah. Thank you, Chris.
Hello.
Welcome.
Can you hear me all right? Yes.
Yes. Good.
Okay. So I'm doing my LTP one first. The main things I wanted to talk about here, just to highlight, because there's quite a lot of different things in the submission, which are all important, of course. But strengthening communities funding is probably high on my list of concerns. I sort of wonder when it was last increased, actually. It's been a long time from what I understand. And so that means over time it's actually decreased already on what it was. And I actually think it needs to go up. I've just come from Manuka Cottage, which is a small community group that's funded by you guys. And I've dealt with, everything today. I've cooked lunch for 25 people. I've dealt with 3 homeless people and trying to find them some help around the place. We've had a mask making group. We've had a single dad who came in looking for company. We've had a couple of new older women who've had a bit of a hard time recently and have just turned up and needed a bit of connecting in. There's a lot that happens in community groups and communities, and I think you really need to fund us. I could say the same things go on in Horswell. all the time. So that's really important resilience work, and we really need that work given the whole climate change thing, given the sorts of issues that we've had to deal with in the last decade, for example. The second thing I want to talk about is the major cycleways, and I would say please, please, please keep them as a really high priority. I use them constantly, and one of the women that came into the hub today is kind of finding it hard to get around in her car because it's costing her a lot, and she doesn't have much income. So she's thinking about getting a bike, and it was wonderful. I was able to say, look, you know, you live in Spraydon, and there's a cycleway here, and there's a cycleway there, and there's a cycleway, and so she's actually she will be able to get a bike, and she'll be able to go some meaningful places on it. And that will save her an enormous amount of money, and she's in her 70s, it'll keep her healthy and well as well. So cycleways are really important for all those reasons. I brought a few copies of articles just recently from the news, the sorts of things that have come across my Facebook, all based on research. I've only got 3 things, so I'll just leave them here and you guys can have a look at them for those who haven't seen them, because I know some of you will have seen them. Just to kind of back up the idea that cycleways are really important things for a lot more than just to transport cyclists, but also to keep people healthy, well, to build community, and to encourage more cycling from a climate change perspective. And the last thing is that I thought I'd highlight is public transport infrastructure. So this is really important stuff. Really want to see that continue.
Well, it's perfect because you now can segue into your climate change one,
Yes,
which also makes
that's right. Okay, so climate change is a bit shorter. Fossil fuel use, as you are well aware, I'm sure, is connected to everything. And I think what that means is that you really need to make sure that climate change is a part of every single decision that you make, is considered in every single decision that you make. So a separate strategy kind of feels a bit strange to me, and I'd really like to see somewhere in that strategy that it needs to be considered in every single decision that the council makes. And I'd also quite like something about the precedents, so the importance of this work, this climate change work. You know, it's one thing for it to be considered, and it's another thing if it's not considered to be very important. I think it really is. So I would make it quite a high precedence. And I think, you know, managing the ongoing impacts of climate change, this is where you actually need to be building community resilience, because they're going to happen more and more. And so that's just to go back to my point earlier about strengthening communities funding. I guess it is a pretty hard, I think it's quite a hard ask to get everything right in the strategy, but an important aspect of it is a capacity to kind of evaluate how it's going and to adapt it. Because systems have a really bad habit of adapting around things to make them stay the same. And we've seen a lot of that. So just expect more of that and build some adaptive capacity into that strategy. I think that's what I want to say this stage.
Well, you could mention the bus infrastructure in your remaining minute if you wanted to, because the public transport infrastructure, because it is linked to climate change as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, I do. I just want to support that. You know, I live in Horswell. I know that every single road into the city, every morning is clogged, is congested. And the only way we're going to build our way out of that is to build public transport. And Lincoln Road is one of those. We really need a bus lane all the way up there so that we can get... So people don't get stuck in traffic, because there's absolutely no incentive for people to get on a bus if they're going to get stuck in traffic and have to stop all the way into town. So I think building that infrastructure is pretty important, and I'd like to see it done soon. Very soon. High priority.
And I quite liked your asking us to change the word blueprint. I've got a natural antipathy to the word myself.
Yes.
So thank you. All right, thank you very much for making the time available and for submitting on both. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. And next is Claire Higginson and Kay Chamberlain. Oh, it's just Claire, is it? And thank you very much for agreeing to swap with Graham so he could get to the dentist.
No trouble. Hope he doesn't have too much trouble there. So thanks, people, for hearing. I'm one of the people who lives at the Atlas Quarter in Wells Street in the city. The other Atlas Quarter people are talking on Saturday, but unfortunately I couldn't make it on Saturday. We're new to Christchurch. We came here because you had a strategy about having people come and living in the inner city. And we're really glad we came. So thank you so much for that. We love the walkability. We love the work that you're doing to increase that, eating, going to the movies, shopping, exercising, cultural activities, etc. It's just awesome. So we are sort of surprised to see the limited attention to the residents' access to council services, like the one mentioned here about the rubbish, but there are others that come up. So I was sort of thinking, well, it's no use just saying, I don't like this. But what I was thinking was, you've got your Project 8011, which has 6 goals, and they're all about encouraging developers and looking at internal infrastructure and stuff. Maybe you could add a 7th goal. The goal would be to customise council service delivery to meet the needs of inner city homeowners. Maybe to do that, you'd need some sort of working relationship with a group of inner city people or potential inner city people. But that's really what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I think that a number of residents who are on the boundary of the collection routes have highlighted these things. I know Jake's raised it before as well. Sarah?
Thank you, and thanks for making the time to come in. When you're talking about central city residents, is it mainly, from what I could gather from reading the submissions, around that higher density stuff when it comes to the waste collection?
Yeah, that's one of the things. If we all had rubbish bins, we'd have 330 rubbish bins outside our gate, which is probably not very practical.
Yeah.
But there are other things. Even Wells Street's very small. It's only a block, but it's got, say, 10 restaurants, several retail outlets, 3 car parks, and other sort of service delivery things. It's really short. It's really raggedy. It's got no rubbish bins. It looks like it's neglected, but there's hundreds of people live there.
Yeah, but do you think so for example, the rubbish bin
That's
thing,
right on the boundary.
if they say, well,
that Street, that'd be all right.
Except that we've got intensification and those high developments going in other parts of the city that aren't CBD too. Do you think it's an issue for all of those high density areas?
I think everyone, as
Yeah.
you get 20,000 people, everyone's going to come across these same things that we're coming across.
Okay, thanks.
But I'm hearing you say that you would like a mechanism whereby you could work directly with council to find a solution to the problems.
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to be part of it if you like, but there'll be a system that you guys can go through to make that happen. But
Yeah,
if you're going to get 20,000 people, they all probably want something a wee bit different to whatever's there now.
Yeah. No, that sounds great. I'm
Cool,
sorry, Anne,
thanks.
but we're just at the end. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot.
And we look forward to hearing the others from Wells Street on Saturday. Thank you.
Sure.
The next submission is David Gibbons. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. My original submission was in support of the special heritage rate for the Arts Centre. I received an email to request my support for that, and because of my desire to see both heritage and amenity assets restored sort of in the city, I offered my support. What I subsequently did is actually looked at other similar type initiatives and projects that are also being proposed to be funded within the LTP. And what's interesting when you download the CSV file that you have on your website, is there are a significant number of heritage, community assets, including the Performing Arts Precinct, the Provincial Chambers, the Municipal Chambers, the Robert McDougall Gallery, that are receiving long-term capital funding in respect of that. And I suppose my question is, why has the Arts Centre been singled out for a special heritage rate when there's other properties haven't been, and what is the process to determine how you allocate that capital to those projects which, in my view, are critical to bringing vibrancy and restoring our artistic heritage back in the community?
I think the answer to that question, and gosh, I wish that I'd known that it hadn't been explained well enough, but essentially all of the other projects are on our budget, but they're within the rates. And the question is should we pull them out of rates funding and put them into a targeted rate so people can see that they're contributing to these heritage buildings, and that there is a way to bring things onto the budget that wouldn't otherwise be. The Arts Centre is one of those. So there is no liability or responsibility with the City Council to fund the Arts Centre because it's an independent trust. Right. And what we're asking the people of Christchurch is, would they consider contributing to it? And we thought the most transparent way was to include it in a targeted rate because it will be time specific.
Yeah. And I suppose the question is whether it's known that the Arts Centre is independently owned by a trust, from the council, whereas those other assets, are actually vested sort of in council, I think would be, uncertain to the majority of the ratepayers in the city. I don't think they would distinguish at all between the ownership of those assets. Yeah. They would look at those facilities and they would decide, or not, the value that they had to the community and citizens of Christchurch.
I suspect that you're right, that a lot of people would assume that the council owned the Arts Centre. Yeah. That would be the assumption, I think.
Are there any other assets that historical assets that might sort of fall, into a similar category? I'm assuming that the cathedral sort of obviously falls within that.
The cathedral is not owned by the council. The museum is owned under legislation by a trust, but the four councils contribute to it. So Christchurch City contributes the most to its operational expenditure. Waimakariri, Selwyn and Huranui.
So the question therefore is, can council probably more clearly explain to ratepayers about the ownerships in respect of that, and those that sit outside of council's control, the ability to fund that by way of a special rate, of which I'm very supportive. I would say that potentially casting the net wider beyond the Arts Centre is something that should be investigated as well.
Yeah, well, what's gone out for consultation does cast the net wider. It does pick up those other buildings that you suggest and puts it into a targeted rate. The reason for specifically spelling out both the Arts Centre and the base isolation of Robert McDougall was that they were not currently provided for in our LTP.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission. Next is Daniela Bagozzi.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity. I've written some comments to stick to my 3 minutes, and I won't say anything about strengthening community fund because an earlier submitter, Chris Horn, has really spoken very well about it, and I could only repeat some similar things. So can I add my support to Chris Horn's submission? I wanted to add a couple of comments on rubbish, recycling and organics. And as they also relate to the general topic of roading infrastructure, traffic congestion and cycling. Now, as well as concerns with safety, either perceived or actual danger of being the victim of an accident or an assault, another factor that is discouraging people from cycling is broken glass on the roads. And I thought it was at least in some areas, but I showed my draft to a neighbour who cycles as his only means of transport, and he assures me that it's in all areas of Christchurch. If I'm allowed to share some observations, and they're not necessarily all my own observations, With more infill housing, there seem to be fewer people who take it upon themselves to clean up the area outside their gate. And we also notice many commercial garden maintenance people use leaf blowers to blow rubbish along rather than brooms, and also that coupled with the fact that thinner glass is being used in probably most bottles. And all of this contributes to the problem of having enormous amounts of broken glass on the road. And glass is a wonderful product, I think. If only the bottles could be manufactured to a standard to allow reuse, like they used to be when they were thicker, and then eventual recycling, of course. And perhaps a refundable deposit on bottles, as is the case in some states of Australia, I believe. Perhaps that would lead to less broken glass on the road, more reuse, recycling, and fewer bottles thrown from passing cars. Now, another observation that led to a new idea, for a while now I've been noticing bits of a noxious weed called old man's beard, one of the few I know, appearing in all sorts of places, commercial premises and residential. And casual conversations with various people led me to think, well, we've got a team of people who are constantly on the road and who could be spotting it and reporting it to the appropriate people, and that's the drivers of waste collection trucks. They're in a perfect position to spot, because they're higher, they're observant, they have to be. You should see what they have to do in some areas to get to the bins. And I'm sure it would be easy enough to train them to identify, to report, and perhaps it would add to their job satisfaction as well. I wanted to ask if anybody had any questions about my section of the submission on the proposal regarding not-for-profit organisations with high cash balances and the rates remission.
We've had a number of submissions on it, and it will be carefully considered, but your submission it's a very detailed submission, so
thank you.
You can certainly take it as read from all of us, and thank you very much for all of the time and energy you've put into developing it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Doug Rankin. Kia ora, good afternoon.
Kia ora, good afternoon. Madam Mayor, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just read a summary of what I've stated in my submission. My name is Douglas Rankin. I was born in Christchurch and live in Craycroft. I'm 68 years old. I'm a scientist and hold a BSc Honours and PhD in Chemistry from the University of Canterbury. Environment Canterbury, Scientific Evidence, in a paper which I've also tabled along with this documentation today, shows that the water quality in Christchurch's groundwater aquifers will decline significantly as a result of the farming currently permitted and that recently proposed under Plan Change 7 in the adjacent Waimakariri River catchment. Nitrate concentrations will increase in all of the aquifers in Christchurch, from which Christchurch obtains its currently safe untreated drinking water. The nitrate levels will pose serious health risks and costs on the community from increased colorectal and other cancers and poor birth outcomes. If nothing is done to significantly reverse and reduce the high nitrate levels of leaching from farming in the Waimakariri catchment, the loss of Christchurch's treasured drinking water source and quality will be permanent, and all for the benefit of a few farmers. A new drinking water source would have to be found for the city at an estimated cost of over $1 billion. We will not have protected this resource for future generations. Therefore, in my view, and I would ask that the City Council long-term plan address this threat to its infrastructure investment. Further work must be done in conjunction with ECAN to establish how bad this problem will be and what can be done to fix it before it gains pace and gets worse. ECAN claims to have the problem in hand, but nothing is further from the truth. As the data in the diagram shows, huge reductions in nutrients released from farming are required to protect this groundwater resource. 94% from the current tallest band in that diagram, and 92% from what's proposed in Plan Change 7 requirements to meet the small load out on the right-hand side of that diagram. In my view, the City Council needs to act, otherwise a lot of current infrastructure investment will be wasted and many more costs will be incurred in the future. Thank you.
I think that's reflected very much the submission that we made on the drinking water bill that's before Parliament, the water supply bill that's before Parliament at the moment. We introduced additional evidence to back up exactly what you've just said. I wished I'd had a copy of that earlier to present as well, but we've presented that. We're very aware of the significance of the threat that this poses to our future water supply. So.
Do you think working with ECAN is a sensible thing to help progress this? Because it seems to me as though there's a disconnect here between the different organisations.
The difficulty is that the drinking water, the standard, the tolerance level for nitrate is set at an unreasonably high level based on acute exposure as opposed to long-term exposure, which is why another trial on colorectal cancer correlation needs to be done in another country, and New Zealand is the ideal place to be that trial place. So, I mean, we've submitted on this for 2 years now to try and get this Environment Canterbury we are working with as closely as we possibly can. They're responsible. I mean, I know it'll end up in the Environment Court, the plan change, so we'll see what happens. But thank you very much for doing all this research, and thank you for caring.
Thank you.
Jeff Barnes. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillors. My concern is your proposal to charge for excess supply to the residential sector. I submit that you should not make this proposal. The meters on which it is based are substantially old and will probably be inaccurate for billing purposes. Therefore, to give credibility to potential bills, they need to be replaced. 10 to 15 years, or 15 years is Auckland's standard. The cost could well be $4 million a year if you did it on a rolling cycle to replace something like 100,000 metres over the next 10 years. The excess charge calculation is far too high. Based on the figures supplied by Council, the marginal cost of supply of water is 13 cents GST included, not $1.35. The infrastructure costs are already provided within the targeted rate for water, the capital value based targeted rate. It is the extra pumping costs to deliver an extra cubic metre of water, which is the topic. In fact, your manager referred to that this revenue, potential revenue, would cover the extra pumping costs. 13 cents GST included, not $1.35. The charge is inequitable because of those properties who are not separately metered and cannot be ever separately metered because they share one common supply, and to separate the plumbing within the property boundary is prohibitive. Therefore, those who are separately metered share an unreasonable burden under your proposal. It doesn't recognise that consumers who have a higher capital value property and are paying, therefore, higher capital value targeted water rates will be subject to the same limit of 700 litres per day. That is grossly unfair. They've already paid for the extra water that potentially is consumed. Your billing operating costs will be high. I go back, I was employed by the council, I go back to putting piles of paper for write-offs to council for the range of charges which were disputed or were minor. It is a contentious area. You will live to regret it personally because it will occupy quite a bit of your time. It will upset the ratepayers, and they will be vocal in their opposition to this when the bills start coming out. Gardening will be discouraged. We are the garden city. It is a major recreational activity for citizens in Christchurch, and you will discourage that. plants cost money, substantial sums of money, and if the citizens lose their plants in their garden, they will turn to, because of their reluctance to water, they will turn to you for their complaints. It is grossly unfair. The actual problem, though, is that you have let the water system run down. It is 20% of water extracted is wasted through leakage. That is the problem. Leak prevention, leak monitoring, that is the problem that should be addressed and is not addressed by this proposal. It is in the council system that the bulk of the problem lies. The second issue is that you haven't increased...
That is the amount of time that we have allocated for the submission, but thank you. I mean, you've put a lot of thought and detail into this, and we do understand that there are a balance of issues that we're going to have to consider when we make our decision on the LTP. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And if there's further written information that you'd like to submit through, please don't hesitate to do that.
There's one minor point, the consent limit, your extraction limit at 74 million cubic metres.
No,
real problem.
it was detailed in there. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Lindsay Carswell.
Good afternoon, all. You've seen me before numerous times, but this time I want to go over complaints procedure. This is something I have asked numerous occasions over the last 20 years, because the problem I had with my unit started over 20 years ago. Building I purchased did not comply with the building code as it was then. The plans as submitted to the council and approved did not comply. A number of building inspections that were carried out was 0. The building was signed off as being code compliant by a senior building inspector who never came and looked at the building and simply signed it off as project complete. Building is riddled with non-compliances. I've done a lot of research into how the building code works, and I'm quite appalled at what happened to me. The council, as far as I was concerned, the building services unit was completely dysfunctional. What was even worse was the response I got when I tried to make a complaint. I got the total runaround. People would say one thing to me and do the complete opposite. I was given advice which was totally inaccurate. I went through mediation with the council. A person from the council had obviously never heard of acting in good faith. I've never known a person to lie so convincingly. It took me ages to work out some of the things that he said during that hearing, which were a total pack of rubbish. Then a few years later, after all that, I gave up, which of course was what the council wanted me to do. Then a few years later, we had an earthquake, and during a hearings into the collapse of certain buildings, it became very apparent to the government that the building services unit here was in fact dysfunctional, and they were replaced. They had a commissioner appointed to oversee everything. So I wasn't joking. There were problems, serious problems. But the other thing I want to say also is to you is that as councillors, I've come along and watched a lot of meetings. I've been involved in a lot of areas, and I'm also concerned about the fact that the staff give you the runaround. I remember a few years ago there was all that talk about needing a balanced budget. It was about 5 or 6 years ago now, and it's claimed that you had to have one, that the auditors had said that if you don't sell off city care so you can have a balanced budget, there will be no audit report. That was absolute rubbish. I wrote to the Auditor General and they came back and said, no, they don't have to have a balanced budget. But your staff kept telling you, you did. I remember 2 or 3 years ago now, in one of your subcommittees, where I went along and made a submission, a motion was passed, it was never recorded. The staff didn't record motions by people, members of the public coming along.
Thanks, Lindsay. That's no, I mean it's appreciated. I understand that there's a lot of history and a lot of things have happened in the past and a lot of things have changed as well.
No, they haven't.
And I'm assuring you that a number of things that you have referred to in the past have changed, and the way our building consents department works now is up to the standard of best practice in the country. It had lost its accreditation for a number of reasons, completely unassociated with the Royal Commission of Inquiry. So, but leaving all that aside, I understand the point that you've raised. You've made your point well, and I'd like to thank you very much for putting all the effort into making the submission.
You need to have an independent planning procedure.
Thank you. There are independent processes in place now in relation to building consents. There are. And it's you can get a determination through MB, which you never used to be able to do.
I remain unconvinced.
Good. No, that's fine. Ditto. Pip Elgin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wrote in, and I believe that my remarks were recorded, against some of the submissions in the long-term plan regarding two in particular of our cultural gems. One, I was led to believe that the art gallery, which holds a free information evening and is open on a Wednesday evening, were being asked, or it is proposed to ask them to have only one of those late nights a month, and an otherwise 25% cut in their education budget. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that when I know that money is tight, and I do understand that there's a balancing act that goes into what our councillors have to do. We mustn't lose the benefits that we have available to our citizens. The art gallery is an amazing and wonderful feature of Christchurch. Looking at the other major cities in New Zealand, Auckland have a very nice art gallery. Obviously Wellington have Te Papa, and there's a great deal of historic and wonderful history available in Dunedin. But Christchurch has got a magnificent building, and what goes on in there is sublime. Please reconsider. And secondly, it's also on a cultural matter. I understand that the Arts Centre have asked for further funds. They may have asked for more than the council have been prepared to give them. And once again, keeping in mind that there is only so much money to go around, don't let us lose what the Arts Centre gives Christchurch. For tourism, yes, top of the list, but also for Christchurch citizens. We've had a wonderful, I'm trying to think of the word, asset in that area of land. That section of the city is, it's full of memories for almost everyone, I'm sure, in this room, and for many of our community. Please don't hold back on those funds. I did put forward a couple of suggestions. I'm sure that I'm not the first person to have suggested this, but in early days, the Arts Centre had parts of the building furbished as apartments, and obviously that must have been a revenue income for the Arts Centre Group Association. Also, when it comes to getting money into their coffers, the corner site where the Dux Deluxe is languishing and sad to look at.
I know that they are working very hard to bring some potential back into that space, independently of the other work that they're doing there. But look, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. For
very
your time.
grateful.
Much appreciated. Prue's Stringer, and again, Prue's got two submissions, one for the long-term plan and one for the climate change strategy. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Yep. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for taking on public office, because I'm sure it's a very difficult job representing us, but also thank you for hearing us. I was grateful to be allowed to speak on both submissions save me coming in twice. So actually, if it's all right, I was just going to merge the two because
do. Yeah, that's fine.
climate change
We'll
is
just
actually
make
the
it 6
focus of
minutes
both my
across, yeah.
submissions. Because I now think it is the most vital and urgent issue to plan for, and the next 10 years are probably the only chance to set things on the path to sustainable living. So I think your work on the 10-year plan is probably the most important ever. And as Chris Horn said before, we need you to put the climate change lens over every part of that plan. My main focus in both submissions actually was transport, partly because it's a major, major contributor to climate change, but also because it's one that we can change. We can reduce car use, partly by making active transport more attractive. And I have heard that the cycle routes are not used much, but I dispute that because I see people on them all the time. And in lockdown, we saw so many people enjoying cycling when there was no traffic to compete with, so I think that speaks for itself. I'm lucky enough to have an e-bike, so I now hardly ever use my car, except on long trips out of town. It's cheaper, it's healthier, it's just as quick as in a car in congested traffic, and I don't have any parking problems, though I would like to encourage you to put more bike parking in the city. But also I enjoy it, and I would be interested to know how many of you actually are not cyclists, because if you haven't cycled around the town, I'd invite you to come and join me sometime. And in the meantime, I would just tell you a few of my experiences. My son, because I live in Heathcote Valley, my son used to bike to school along the busy Port Hills Road where the trucks roar up and down to and from Littleton. And although I was encouraging him to be independent, I was super anxious at first, and I was convinced that I would hear an ambulance siren no sooner had he left home. But anyway, he made it. But then one day a friend of his knocked at the door after 3 o'clock holding my son's bike helmet, saying he'd had an accident. And of course, my son is now nearly 40, but I still remember that ghastly moment, which I think no parent should actually have to go through. And then he did survive, clearly. A couple of years later, he arrived home ashen-faced because a truck had just turned immediately in front of him and virtually wiped him out, nearly wiped him out. And I think also no child should have to go through that. And so it is no wonder that parents drive their children to school and, you know, see the drop in traffic in the school holidays, or the rise, like now when I biked in, I had to cope with the 3 o'clock traffic when I was biking. I also have my own experience of a truck pulling out into Port Hills Road right in front of me, and he and I both slammed on our brakes. It was daylight, I had lights on, I had a high-vis vest, but he still didn't see me. I could have just become another biking fatality statistic, but that kind of traffic and bikes are not a good mix. And so I think to increase the use of bikes and to decrease car use, I really want to encourage you to spend on safe cycleways now, not put them off to the future, on the major ones and also on smaller connecting networks. And I guess my particular plug would be for bringing forward the Heathcote Cycleway funding, just because I live there, but all of them. I think if we can get it safe for children to bike to school, if children are biking to school, then they will become a generation of adults who will bike. And so we can cut back on car use. We could make Christchurch City known as a city that's easy to get around, like some of the cities around that we admire around the world. Along with that, but I haven't got time much to talk about it, is planning and designing with access to amenities within 15 or 20 minutes of active or public transport from where we live. What have I got? Just nearly 2 minutes. Okay, so another event I had recently to bike to Avonside, and part of the trip had to be on the busy Linwood Ave. And I realised how stressed and anxious I was, being squeezed over to the side of the road by heavy traffic, but also having to scan all the parked cars that I had to pass just in case one of them suddenly opened their door and flung me under some of this traffic. And then once I got onto the wonderful off-road cycle path that's between the trees down the rest of Linwood Ave, I realised how suddenly I could relax and I could enjoy the ride after having had to be hyper alert when mingling with all that traffic. So I'm really asking you to build safe cycleways, and the cyclists will flock to them. Another time that I was actually waiting for a bus at the bus stop opposite the Colombo, and it was a dark, cold, wet rush hour. And just while I was waiting for the bus, I counted over 50 cyclists passing me, negotiating that heavy traffic in those miserable weather conditions. So just think how many more cyclists would be keen to, if we had a better, safer route for them to take. And I would like to thank you for the ones that you have done so far, so I think they're great. So build safe cycleways and do it now, and also spend money on promoting behaviour change. We need education programs, we need to make the whole thing attractive, maybe even better signposting on the existing cycleways so that it's easier to navigate them. And so please recognise and act on the urgency of climate change, because nothing else will matter if we don't act now. So think about your legacy and what you will be remembered for. And I think I once said before, please don't be like those city councillors in Dovemeyer Robinson's time in Auckland when they voted against his
the subway.
rapid transport, voted it down by one vote. So please don't be, you know, people are saying now, if only we'd listened to Robbie, how short-sighted were we? So thank you very much, and I don't imagine you have any questions.
No, but thank you very much,
Thank
much
you.
appreciated. Melanie Glidden. Welcome.
I'll start by thanking Prue. I thoroughly endorse everything she said. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm speaking in regard to the, oops, I'll put these on, just started wearing these, to the council's plan to sell paddock land in Diamond Harbour for possible housing development. I moved to Diamond Harbour 3 years ago from Wellington. A big part of my decision was the natural beauty, the quiet, the sense of community and the remoteness. The majority of residents have also moved there consciously for those reasons. I knew that I'd alter my life to not travel to the city very often. I would come in every week and a half, as I don't believe in the indulgence of private commuting, especially single drivers and petrol cars. I don't think it's the way of the future. The road between our small community is problematic and dangerous. It's very costly for the council to maintain. The large flat plains at the base of the harbour, the Teddington Flats, are very susceptible to sea level rise and permanent inundation. Diamond Harbour really doesn't have the infrastructure to support increased population. There would be a lot for the council to put in place before this could happen. I've heard that this proposed sale is being rushed through without proper community consultation. Is the council in such dire need for money? We would love to see more council direction and creativity for this land use. Otherwise, we're open to exploitation. These pieces of land are enjoyed by many. It's green space for mental and physical health. Would it be possible to gift these paddocks to the community, or something creative like a retirement living opportunity? There are lots of elderly people in Diamond Harbour who often tell me that they would love to live there just a bit longer before having to move into town, and they'd love something like that. Any questions?
Sarah.
Thank you. There's quite a number of submissions on especially those couple of pieces of land.
Right.
Do you think there's capacity within the community to form a trust, for example, to, because you mentioned gifting,
Yeah,
to form a
I
trust
do.
to take care of them for the planting, because the planting that's been happening and those
The
kind of things?
planting's already happening.
Yeah.
Happened.
Yeah.
I do. It's a very sort of proactive community. I think they'd take that on.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. James?
Kia ora, Prue. Melanie, I beg your pardon. Do you realise, though, that a retirement village would require the land to be sold?
Yes, I do.
We wouldn't be developing it?
Yes, I
okay.
do.
You're
And
cool
I don't
with
know
that.
who would do that in a lovely way.
Right.
People want sort of eco-village, you know, just a smaller place to live, safer.
Okay.
Not a not a Ryman village.
I think that the provisions on the sale of property are simply, they're not the decision to sell the property. So they are simply allowing it to be on the LTP so that if individual decisions were going to be made, then there wouldn't have to be a special consultative procedure. This is the LTP process. Right. So it's if it proceeds on the way it's set out at the moment, then that is not the decision to sell it. So there would be other steps to be taken, or to otherwise dispose of. Doesn't necessarily mean a sale either. So
right.
I just wanted to give some reassurance that it's not the end of a process. It would be simply allowing for a process to proceed without the special consultative procedure of the Local Government Act.
It still goes through the community boards, doesn't it?
Yeah, it still goes through the community board,
So you get
still
a say
has
on that.
advice, and
Great.
yeah. It's just, it takes away the special consultative procedure, which this is. And we're getting feedback on quite a bit of the pieces of land as we go, which is good.
Great.
What we intended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a tricky name.
Raviv
Yep.
Karasuk?
Yep.
Is that correct?
It is correct.
Oh,
Good
thank you.
afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My submission today is going to cover the good, the bad, and the ugly. So the good is you announce climate change emergency. I completely support that. And I believe that a lot of people told you they don't want you to raise any rates. Money needs to be addressed to do it. I'm happy for you to raise my rates to do it. Please do. In the proposal, the long-term plan, you said you're going to do a lot of river restoration, similar to what you did along the Heathcote. I'm completely supporting of that. I am completely supporting of cycleways. Now I'm coming to the bad. Lately it says that cycleways have gone to $300 million. I think that's not true. The benefit is not only for the cyclist. I use quarrymen quite often. Half of the project cost was to replace 3 roundabouts with traffic lights. The congestion is no longer there. People enjoy it. It's not the cyclist, but it's the motorist. So we had a decade ago a symposium in Lincoln University run by Susan Valens. The mayor was there, and that was talking about how communities are recovering from natural disasters. And it says that central government comes, overpromise, underdeliver, take the rights away, and slowly bring the rights back to the local community. That's what's happening now. What's unique in Christchurch, we had Share an Idea, and in Share an Idea it says that people of Christchurch want you to build cycleways and make a green city. Looking into the future, I believe in about 30 years, we'll be as big as Auckland is today. We'll be all the way from Pegasus to Rolleston. Yeah. Now it's the time to put infrastructure in so we don't have the congestion. Now it's the time. So that's the bad, and please go and do it. Coming to the ugly, guys, I'm sorry. Kaitoriti Spit, a farmer bought, the farmer removed 1/3 of endangered, critically endangered plant away, and the best you can come at was non-disclosure agreement. That's not good enough. If that was the only case, maybe. Gardner's Road. There is new subdivision that was done in the last 4 years, just along Gardner's Road, just off Jones Road, after the Sticks Mill. Sections are very small, houses are very big. The first house have a big greeny grassy in front of him. When you check it, that grass is actually a city council park, part of the Sticks Mill. He taken a whole section, removed plant that we paid money to plant there, put a grass on it, put a lovely fence. And I know that someone in the city council mentioned it, went to consent, well, it's not consent, he didn't ask for consent. He went to the park said, well, it's consent, you need to deal with consent. And we're running between them, backwards and forward. So that's, if I'm not wrong, 432 Gardner's Road. If you drive there, you see it very obvious. I actually been on the grass a few times. And he lives in the house, and he doesn't come out and ask what I'm doing on his property, because it's not his property. Yeah. So coming back in a nutshell, you announced climate emergency, now it's time to act, and I'm happy to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Richard Holloway. Hello, welcome.
Madam Mayor and councillors, we are totally opposed to the proposal that the land drainage rate, which is currently a targeted rate, be extended to all rural properties that do not benefit from this infrastructure. We run a 1,050 hectare farming operation on Banks Peninsula, split between Pigeon Bay and Le Bons Bay. We already pay around $23,000 a year in annual rates at CCC plus ECAN. The proposed change in the land drainage rate would add nearly $3,000 to our annual rates bill, or nearly 13%. This is in addition to the proposed increase in the general rate and proposed ECAN increases, which will take our rates bill, we're looking at a 40% increase. The proposed change to the land drainage rate is unfair, unjust and unaffordable. None of our land benefits directly from council-funded or administered land drainage or flood control services, be that, and I'll quote from your own discussion paper, be that from stormwater pipes, concrete curbs and channeling, swales, drainage ditches, stop banks or pump stations, unquote. We have none of that. Neither does any neighbouring property, either upstream or downstream to the point where water from our land is discharged to the sea. Our situation in this regard is pretty typical of many farms on Banks Peninsula. Again, your discussion paper makes a new and rather specious argument, in our opinion, that it should no longer just be about whether we directly benefit from land drainage infrastructure, but that such services provide a more general benefit by allowing us to, quote, get around more easily without surface flooding and make our city and district a more accessible and pleasant place to live, unquote. We are seldom in Christchurch, where most of your land drainage spend is focused, beautiful and pleasant as Christchurch may be. Yes, we deal with businesses that rely on a functional city, but the far more efficient and equitable way to reflect this is to rate those city-based businesses accordingly and let them pass the cost on to us as customers in proportion to the extent we use their services. It is therefore incomprehensible that you would consider slugging us with an additional $3,000 per annum for drainage services we don't get and that are largely focused in a city we seldom visit. At the same time, the proposed land drainage related rate take for an average urban residential property, which relies totally on good public drainage infrastructure, would decrease to a scant $210. We are being asked to subsidise our urban cousins, and to no small degree. What really rubs salt into the wound for us is that we already contribute through the general rate to a whole heap of urban-centric facilities and services that we derive relatively little benefit from. Footpaths, streetlights, libraries, parks, rec facilities, cultural events, and so on. Yes, we receive a 75% differential in the general rate, i.e. a 25% discount, but we're not quite sure that this cuts it. So please, please, don't make it even more inequitable than it already is. The great irony is that at precisely the same time you are proposing we should cross-subsidise largely urban-related drainage services, we as farmers are being required under the new National Freshwater and Biodiversity Policy Statements to be fully responsible for our waterways, drains and wetlands and to meet increasingly tougher standards, and funded entirely from our own pockets. Your discussion paper sets out the pros and cons of various alternative options that were apparently considered to broadening the land drainage rate. We don't have time to go into those various options in detail, but it does rather appear to us that your staff have drifted towards the most expedient and easiest option. We think you should go back and take another hard look at the options. If indeed a change to the present rating base for land drainage services is even necessary, we are not convinced that even that case has been adequately made. I would just like to close. I've tried to be fairly moderate in my choice of words over the last few minutes, but I would really like you to understand that there is a real sense of outrage in the rural community over the injustice of what is being proposed. It beggars belief that this concept has come this far, that we're going to get slugged for a big chunk of additional money for services that we don't receive at all. Zero service provision. We're very happy to take any questions.
Well, you've come to the end of your 5 minutes and literally have covered off everything that needed to be said, and I just want to say thank you for the way that you presented that. You have indicated a degree of anger,
frustration,
that you expressed in an extremely polite and appropriate fashion. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Kevin Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Councillors. My submission relates to 5 topics: the revenue and financing policy, water rates, the heritage targeted rate, land information memorandums, and council-controlled organisations. The revenue and financing policy refers to the rates charged by the council as equitable. Equitable means equal treatment to everyone. I've attached to my submission samples of properties selected on a random basis, which shows properties are not given equal treatment. The uniform annual general charge has increased by 4% to $138. I looked through the documents. I got a paper copy. I couldn't find where it says it's been increased by 4%. I had to inquire to the staff. This does not seem to be explained in the document. Why did it increase it by 4%? Nor is there any reference where this rates collection will be allocated to. The revenue and finance policy is misleading, and the wording needs to be clarified to state how council rates to be open, transparent and democratically accountable. Christchurch is the only council in New Zealand, according to my investigation, who charge water rates on a solely capital value basis. The council sees this as reflecting a perceived ability to pay, based on the difference in a property's capital value. If the meters are being read twice a year, then all ratepayers should be charged by meter. The heritage targeted rate should be a uniform charge, the same as the cathedral charge. The Land Information Services draft budget shows a surplus in excess of 1.6 million. Charges for limbs should be reduced to similar to adjoining territorial authorities to reduce this surplus. Enable services is not a significant activity, as there are other contractors who are able to do this work. This company should be sold. Council-controlled organisations should be working within the city boundaries, and a request should be made to CCHL to bring the activities within the city boundaries within 5 years. Thank you.
Melanie?
Could you provide more clarity on why you think we should sell Enable when it's predicted to give us quite a large dividend this year?
It's not the business you're in. It's my view. And so councils aren't in the business of providing that service. You're the only organisation, you're the only territorial authority in New Zealand that has a service like that.
Okay, well, look, thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Christopher Owen?
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about cycleways and why the council should spend more than the currently allocated $250 million over 10 years. Paul Winton of the 1.5 project analysed how much transport emissions need to be reduced to keep temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. His assessment was that we all but need to decarbonise our transport system in the next 10 years. The Christchurch City Council has declared a climate emergency. That implies urgent, dramatic, transformative action is required. When looking at this long-term plan, you need to ask yourself, is this transformative, or are we just changing the status quo a little? The goal that the Council should be aspiring to is Copenhagen or Amsterdam in terms of bike usage. And if you don't think that's realistic, ask yourself, why not? Christchurch has flat terrain, wide streets, a mild climate, and e-bike sales are soaring. 50 years ago, Copenhagen and Amsterdam were car cities just like Christchurch. And building good cycleways isn't just a win for the environment. It also reduces congestions and has major health benefits. It's triple win spending. Now, Christchurch has built some outstanding cycling infrastructure since starting the major cycle routes program. And I agree, 25 million per year on cycleways isn't pocket change. But you're also spending $20 million per year just on resealing roads. And even then, the MCR program won't be completed until 2029. The entire northeast quadrant of Christchurch is still waiting for its first MCR standard cycle routes. So here are my requests to the Council on cycleway spending. Allocate enough funds to complete the MCR program by 2025. Start planning the cycle routes that will come after the MCR is complete. Fill in the gap to connect these routes and make a true network. Reduce the speed limits on residential roads to 30 kilometres an hour and create low traffic neighbourhoods. When you're doing curb renewals or major street upgrades, create protected bike lanes at the same time. Build back better. And here's a big one. Set up funding specifically to create cycle routes using temporary materials such as paint, planter boxes and lightweight barriers. If you travel down Ferry Road right now, you can see one of the Innovating Streets trials creating a new cycleway in just this kind of manner. Now take that idea and go for the big bang approach. Instead of patiently building one cycle route at a time over the course of years, like we're doing now, build them everywhere, all at once, as soon as possible. Make them permanent later, as money allows. Last year, cities such as Paris and Berlin followed exactly this approach. To make the biggest difference on climate, we should be front-loading change as much as possible. Spending pressures on the Council are strong, but this is one area where I think the Council needs to be bold, be brave, and be ambitious, and aim for something truly transformational. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you very much. That was very good. Thank you. Miriam O'Connor. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Okay, can you imagine what it would be like to help solve the housing problem in Christchurch? We need more housing that people can afford, and I want to contribute. I suggest that some of the surplus properties can help fulfil the council objective of making sure there is supply and access to a range of housing. Since the earthquakes, I have been sharing my own home and also offering rental accommodation to young people who have no prospect of buying or building a home of their own. Many of these tenants and flatmates dreamed of owning a tiny home. That means an affordable small cottage with a small environmental footprint where they could live independently without the long-term stress of a mortgage in an uncertain job market. So why don't they? Well, the top three things that people who want to go tiny struggle with are, firstly, the initial cost, if the home is over $50,000. Secondly, not knowing how to design and build to code.
And thirdly, not knowing where to put the home and how to navigate the planning requirements and some government legislation that makes it hard for people to share property ownership or do co-housing. So, how will a tiny co-housing project sponsored by council help these people realise their dream? Firstly, the cost. We can make a tiny house really affordable. We're going to make them even more accessible with a rent-to-buy option. Secondly, standards. Our builds are architecturally designed. Thirdly, landscaping will give private and shared space, veggie gardens, and a community kitchen. We will provide a model of navigating all the compliance requirements that people struggle with. We invite council to let us work with you to contribute to solving the housing problem through developing sites for fully consented co-housing tiny house communities. The benefits for council and Christchurch are the increase in the supply and range of quality housing, and as they become tiny homeowners, people develop a stake in the community. Small is beautiful.
Good. Got a quick question, Aaron?
One word, brilliant.
Thank you for your encouragement.
I was going to say, if I was to ask a question, I'd ask if anyone else in the room didn't think it was brilliant.
Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Livingston.
Kia ora tātou, good to see you all. I won't be too tough on you today. My simple plea, please, if you keep the rates remission policy, it is remission 1, not-for-profit community-based organisations intact. That would be really good. So I'm coming at this from a church perspective. And through you, Mayor, I'm open to any questions.
Well, the question is that you think that even a large organisation, if it's a charitable trust with a huge cash balance, should be able to get an automatic rates remission?
Right, yeah, it's a good question. And
I know.
Yes, which I did anticipate. But I did put that in my submission. The problem is the churches aren't all the same, so there will be various permutations over this relating to the threshold by which you might not continue that policy. So they are all different. That's the problem. We talk about that church, but all churches are different.
Yeah. So but the threshold, I guess, is the issue. You're not closed. You haven't closed your mind in your submission to the idea that there will be some that have large cash balances.
Yeah. No. To be fair, I've thought about that. They're just chalk and cheese. Some of them. So.
Yeah. Tim and Sarah.
Are religious organisations exempt to tax?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. We've had some submitters on a similar topic mention having large cash balances due to saving money over time for things like maintenance and those kind of things. Is that how the system works within the church organisations? Do they accumulate for one-off big spends, or is that done differently?
Some do accumulate large amounts of capital, but in the mainline denominations, for instance, of which I'm a part, any capital gain from, for instance, property sale has to go back to an organisation like the Church Property Trustees, so it's not free to spend. So the money's there. It's kind of a classic case of, asset rich, cash poor.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else with a question? No? All right.
Thank you, and good luck with your work. I know it gets a bit heated sometimes.
No, much appreciated. Nice to see you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Ian LePage. Welcome.
Thanks for the opportunity to be able to speak. I'm here to speak against the proposed closure of the Akara Service Centre here. I find it very difficult to comprehend why you would want to close a service centre and take away a service from the community. It appears that you're wanting to operate on electronic systems a lot more, and if that was the case, why wouldn't you be closing your bigger service centres, which have got access to the civic offices far more readily? The remote township of Akaroa is quite unique in that it's based on a rural thing with a tourist as a tourist centre. It's basically an hour and a half from Christchurch centre here and doesn't have a easy bus service between the two. So why close the service centre? It would appear that you've taken away a lot of the services that should be operating out of a service centre, so that you're arguable that the service centre isn't functioning to a great degree. I would suggest that you want to put more services into the service centre to allow them to operate better. An example would be, recently I applied for a building consent. Building consents can't be lodged at the service centres. I came into the civic offices here only to be told I only accepted on electronic format. When I pointed out that the form actually says hard copies acceptable, I was told I had an old form, but I'd only downloaded that form off your website 2 days ago, earlier. What happened after that was they didn't into my application into the system for 5 days, in which case it went up to a senior building officer and was sent back to the counter staff to ring me and say that I needed other information. I pointed out to them that on the phone that I didn't need that other information. It was there, and I was correct, and they put me through to the senior one. They said, "Oh, well, I'll get him to ring you back," which he did in 2 hours later. And first thing he did was he said, "I must apologise to you. I got it wrong." Why couldn't the service centre have taken an application, put it in a courier bag and sent it through, if that's the way you want to handle the work? It seems to me quite logical. Another aspect is the booking of the recreation ground. That, unfortunately, is totally out of order in the way that it's they don't understand, and the form takes so long to fill in. If you could do a face-to-face application, this could be quite easy done, and the person could actually fill the form in electronically at the counter at the service centre. Thanks for the opportunity.
Look, thank you very much for coming in and making your submission in person. It's much appreciated. And I know that there are a lot more of the submissions that we're going to hear on this particular subject, having looked at some in advance, so you are not alone. Thank you. Sarah Exxon.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking about the closure of the Wharenui swimming pool and fitness centre. New Zealand has the 3rd highest obesity rate in the OECD, with 1 in 3 adults being classed as obese, and Maori people having a disproportionately high rate of obesity. Wharenui swimming pool and sports centre is not situated in a particularly affluent community, and there are an increasing number of people living in Riccarton. It's well used by the local residents who are from culturally diverse backgrounds. There are many local community clubs that use this facility, including Islamic Women's Swimming Group and Te Waka Punamu. These people will not be travelling to the CBD to use the new metro facility. Wharenui is easily reached on foot and will be a convenient location on the new cycleway. Visitors to the new metro facility will almost certainly have to drive and pay for parking or take public transport. How does this fit with the call to reduce emissions and slow the glacial melting in New Zealand? Can any city council afford to make culturally unresponsive decisions that will only exacerbate the obesity levels and associated health problems in our communities? Local primary and intermediate schools bring students to Wharenui during the day as it's within close proximity, and they can afford to do this with the time and funds they have available. The 500 Learn to Swim members who currently use Wharenui may not have the time or the money to access the new metro facility, assuming that it's available to them. Whilst the council may save a small amount of money if they close Wharenui, what will the ultimate cost be when these young people grow up without learning to swim and we're faced with accidents and drowning in Christchurch rivers and lakes and on our beaches? Sport New Zealand, and in particular Swimming New Zealand, must have goals around performance in national and international events such as the Commonwealth Games and the Olympics. Is Christchurch City Council really going to close one of the oldest and most successful swimming clubs in the city when its members are Olympic and Paralympic hopefuls? It's been widely publicised that Christchurch City Council incorrectly calculated the running costs for the pool and had to revisit these figures. I think in terms of equity, cultural responsiveness, environmental concerns and health and safety, it is the decision to close the pool that ought to be revisited. I think Christchurch City Council should be supporting and celebrating our accomplished sports people and should also work to support national strategies around health and well-being for all of our New Zealand residents. Thank you for your consideration in advance.
Thank you. Well, that comes to the conclusion of the time allocated, but thank you very much for your presentation. And as I said to the previous one, this is the first of many that we know that we are receiving on this particular subject. So thank you very much. Well, it's not the first because the Community Board raised it first, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Nadia Maxwell. Good afternoon, welcome.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Nadia Maxwell. I'm a film producer at Overactive Imagination, and my company is a tenant at the Art Centre. And I almost didn't come today to speak today because I like to think that surely it's a given that the Art Centre will gain funding. Surely, in a city devastated by earthquakes that has seen so much of our heritage turn to dust, that the largest collection of Category 1 historic buildings, not just in Christchurch but in all of New Zealand, is worthy of ongoing operational support. But then, here we are. It currently does not. And so I guess I'm curious from a heritage perspective, if the Arts Centre is not the jewel in the crown of the Christchurch City Council, then what is? But I guess I want to speak to you more today about my experience as a business owner operating out of the Arts Centre, a creative small business owner. I first worked in the Arts Centre about 15 years ago, and I returned last year, 2 children and my own company later. And over those periods, I've seen what the Arts Centre can offer businesses, which is it offers community, it offers connections, and it offers creative inspiration. It seems a large focus of the rebuild has been on trying to concentrate like-minded people and businesses into clusters and precincts. Here is an authentic creative hub that already exists. It's organically built up over time, and it provides all the KPIs you could dream up for any pitch document on the future of our city. It provides employment, it supports and nurtures cultural expression, it cements a unique brand for the city, it contributes to a vibrant city, etc., etc. And yet it doesn't receive any ongoing operational support. When you support the Arts Centre, you're supporting all the creative small businesses that call it home. Increasing the Arts Centre's sustainability and vitality will flow through to all of our businesses. And these are actual businesses, and businesses that are not just returning economic returns to the city, but cultural dividends. So I hope you'll fiercely support the inclusion of the Arts Centre in the long-term plan. But beyond that, I challenge you to think, how as local government can you enable the Arts Centre not just to survive, but to thrive? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the earlier submission made it clear that most people in Christchurch probably just don't realise that the council doesn't even own the Arts Centre.
No.
And so this has actually been a really good opportunity for the public to get their head around what needs to happen. So
Yeah.
thank you so much. Sam.
Thank you very much. I'm sure, I think it was really valid what you've said. I just wondered, do you have any view on, this funding will sort of help them in the short term,
Yeah.
of I guess, that long-term sustainability of the organisation and, I guess, the structures that sit within it?
Yeah, I came on in September, and I think around that time there was quite a big restructure due to COVID and various factors with the Arts Centre. And I think my understanding is that the money in the long-term plan is just to support where they are now. But previous to COVID, actually, they were thriving a lot more. There was a lot more events and things. So I guess that's my closing statement is what else could be done to support the Arts Centre to, so it can really thrive. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Ian Lockhead. Kia ora, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. What I want to talk about today are two aspects of the more detailed written submission that I've already made, and these are the core funding for heritage, including Heritage Incentive Fund, and also the Canterbury Provincial Council Chambers. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Heritage Strategy document, which you adopted as Council recently, and I feel that this is a policy document that is not being fully reflected in the long-term plan as it stands at the moment. I recognise that the document sits beneath the LTP, but it should be informing it. The strategy identifies goals for the protection of heritage through partnerships, including the support of heritage buildings through ongoing provision of heritage incentive grants. The public consultation for that policy identified key benefits of heritage as being community, identity, sense of place, qualities that every city would be keen to have. The consultation process also identified funding as the single most important tool to protect and retain heritage. Education to increase understanding and appreciation of heritage was seen as the next most important tool. The consultation process also identified lack of funding as the biggest barrier to heritage retention. High cost was also a significant barrier, obviously linked to the importance of funding, and lack of public awareness and appreciation was seen as a further barrier, highlighting the importance of education. It also revealed that the Heritage Incentive Grant Fund had a high level of visibility among councils' heritage initiatives. A very high number of heritage building owners consulted would welcome support to identify funding opportunities related to their buildings. The Heritage Strategy 2019-2029 seeks to broaden the definition of heritage and to make heritage more inclusive, but the LTP proposes reducing funding for heritage incentive grants, the Heritage Festival and intangible heritage from $700,000 a year to $200,000 a year, in other words, a reduction of $5 million over 10 years. This is being proposed in spite of the overwhelming evidence from the Council's own recently adopted heritage policy document that identifies funding as the single most important strategy for retaining heritage, with education seen as a further key strategy. Council's proposal in the LTP to cherry-pick a small number of high-profile heritage projects for support through targeted rates shouldn't be a reason to drastically reduce funding for core policies that support ongoing heritage recognition and retention. It's my submission that the core heritage funding should be maintained at the current level of $700,000 per annum for the duration of the LTP, with annual adjustments for inflation. I now want to speak briefly about the provincial council buildings.
Well, it's just, I just do know that you represent an organisation, but it's submitted in as an individual one. So if I sort of accept this as slightly more of a representation on behalf of Civic Buildings Trust, I would like to give you a minute to finish the...
Thank you very much. I support the targeted rate for the provincial buildings, but it needs to be applied directly to a program of work on the buildings themselves. I think this is the way to convince others, including central government, to add their support to the provincial buildings. We've talked about restoring the provincial buildings since 2011. Let's not still be talking about it in 2031. And I just want to end with a question. Te Pai stands directly opposite the provincial buildings. Does council really want a broken heritage building as part of its front window to the world for the next 10 years?
Yes, it's an encouraging message that I'm sharing with central government at present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Now, that brings us to another natural break in proceedings. It's a 35-minute break. Seems inordinately long, but there you go. So if we see you back here at 5, it says 5:50. 5:50, all right? 5:50. Good afternoon, good evening now, everyone. Welcome back. If we could take our seats, and I'll invite John Billows to come to the table. Good evening. Thank you for being here.
I'll turn that on, yes. Thank you for having me. This is with regard to, or most of the submission here is with regard to the decision not to provide fibre to our neighbourhood at the top of Huntsbury Ave. And it's with regard to our submission to the long-term plan. We're 36 households up there. I live about 10 minutes drive from the 4 Avs. We have water articulated, power delivered, rubbish collected. The little spray buggy comes up our lane. We're rated and zoned the same as our neighbours, only a few hundred metres away, yet the decision was made to stop fibre just that few hundred metres away from us. Initially that was 350 metres straight up as you go up Huntsbury Ave. It was a bit soul destroying to watch that fibre being laid as you drive up over the months it was happening, and just as it got towards our place it turned right and didn't continue. So actually now it's less than 350 metres. There's further development on Kenmure Drive, and those people are fibre connected, and now it's a matter of a few yet to be developed sections in our neighbourhood that is the distance between us and fibre. You've all agreed that fibre is necessary, as evidenced by the approval of this whole project for fibre as a whole. And it's for those good reasons, for those same reasons, are the reasons why we want and need fibre. Service by copper to us is being removed. Vodafone have removed the copper services from us, and you have to go on a 4G modem now, and it's just this sort of a bit of cruel twist that cellular services where we are, with visibility to a lot of cellular sites that are reasonably distant, is a kind of a scenario for poor operation of a cellular network. So that's inferior to copper, and that's been removed. Our ability to participate in the digital economy and the digital workplace is affected. Has an obvious effect on the resale value of our homes. Remote places like Lake Brunner and Haast have fibre, and bloody good on them. That's great. We're 10 minutes drive from the CBD and we don't. So we ask, please support us in funding and funding the shortfall, or please convince Enable to use their discretionary spending. I understand it's about $36,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yanni?
Yep. Oh, thanks for the submission, and
Sorry, that's enough time.
sorry. Oh,
Sorry.
no, I just wanted to check if you'd be happy to pay, like, on the monthly bill, like $1 or extra or something, like a recovery fee, if that was.
It goes to all of the different people up there. Personally, I'd be happy to pay my share in a lump, and I would, but it doesn't
You needed
work
everyone
like that.
on board
Yeah,
for that to
you need
happen.
everybody on
Yeah.
board. Some are, some
This
aren't.
is not the only area. It's areas that there are cut-off points around different parts of the city, funded through the government program. So
We need to find
what
the
you're
details of the
asking us
government
to do is to look to Enable and to see whether we can find some sort of resolution through the LTP
Correct.
process.
Yeah, and I imagine at some stage it's going to happen, because there's more development up there, but, sooner the better.
So no, but leave it with us. You've really spelt out the case very clearly, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Ian Daly.
Welcome. Hello. Following on from John's submission, I'm part of the group in our neighbourhood as well, in top of Huntsbury Hill. I've been there 15 years. I previously was further down Huntsbury Hill and lived in a property which eventually got fibre as well, but move further up the hill, like some of my neighbours. We've always felt very connected to the city, of course, and one of the things from the Enable people who, communications manager who, effectively turned us down or made us contribute the $36,000 was that we're outside the main urban area or we're in a low density area. Well, we're neither of that. We're quite in the city. We have effectively one block of undeveloped land that separates us from the rest of the Huntsbury neighbourhood. So feel quite strongly about that. That's a misrepresentation from effectively a council official. We are only 350 metres away from the nearest connection, as John sped out, which is virtually nothing. And as far as I know, we're up to 39 ratepayers in our cluster. There's been a couple of more households in the last year or so, and probably more to go. And so looking at the maps that were in the submission that Enable have provided, well, there's more houses that are not showing on that map, so their stuff's out of date. So my recommendation to council is that Enable should be directed to complete the planned Huntsbury extension at no additional cost to the householders, and it's not a question, as John rightly said, it's not really a question of the money that is involved. It's actually the principle of our interests as ratepayers being put below other ratepayers in the same area. And so I ask that the council consider making Enable do it, or if that's not possible, that the council subsidise the cost in some way.
I mean, we're not in a position where we can legally direct Enable to do that. It would be like coming here and saying that you live in a particular subdivision and you want your electricity wiring to be put underground. That's a decision for Orion, and they have a program of work that they do. Enable worked to a program that was funded by central government based on certain elements, and you're not the only part of Christchurch that is coming to the council to say, can we use the LTP to find a solution on this matter? But I think, the case is clearly understood by councillors around the table, and we're going to have to work through the issues around how we respond to the request that you and others are making. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mark Christensen, Chairperson, Project Working Group of the Te Kakahukura Collaborative Initiative. And, do you want to run straight into your next submission on top of that as well?
Yes.
So we'll just put 10 minutes on the clock and you can fire away? Yep.
Good evening, Your Worship, councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm here to present, speak to two different submissions. The first is on behalf of the project working group for the project which is known as Te Kakahukura. Now, I came and had a chat to you about that project before Christmas, and I'm not going to repeat that. You don't want me to do that. Simply, this submission supports submissions of others, particularly the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust and Summit Road Society, in terms of the work that's going on in this particular area. So on page 121 of this evening's agenda, there are 5 points that the working group is requesting the council consider for the long-term plan. Those are the same 5 points as both of those other organisations are making. I think I can probably just leave it at that in terms of the presentation of that submission. Going on to the second one, which is a submission on behalf of what is known as the Project Oversight Group of the Banks Peninsula Pest-Free Initiative. And this is a group which comprises appointees at a senior governance level of the key parties and members of that Memorandum of Understanding, which was signed back in 2019 around pest-free Banks Peninsula. The council is one of those, and you'll see that the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Turner, is a member of that committee along with a number of others. I can say that this project has caught the attention of the government, and it is nationally being looked at as one of the flagship projects for pest-free or predator-free 2050. And while it is still in early days, and there's been much work going on the planning, and as yet not as much work on the ground, this is Christchurch's chance to be amongst those large landscape projects of Taranaki, Wellington, and a number of others. So we're being watched, as well as having money, $4,000 from Predator Free 2050 Limited. So it's going really well in terms of the planning. It's being set up. There's 14 full-time employees which are newly working on the project. So you'll see in I think it's in page 124 of the agenda. There's 2 points that the project working group, which is the operational group on the pest-free initiative, is seeking in this long-term plan to be included, and that is to expand the community-based trapping program. That's initially on the Port Hills and being led by Summit Road Society, doing a great job there, but we would like to expand that to other communities, and secondly, to continue the goat eradication program. Now, you've heard lots about the goat eradication program across the Port Hills. It is critical that we finish it and we get on with it and get rid of them all. And that's proceeding well, but that's an exercise that requires an ongoing commitment. So those are the two things that the Pest Free Initiative is seeking from there, and the Project Oversight Group is really just here to reinforce the importance of the collaboration that we've got, and the council's important role that the council plays, but also just to let you know that it's going well, and we will be back again to let you know how well as time goes on. Thank you, that's all I wanted to say. So any questions, please?
Yep, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of quick checks. The 40,000 for the goat program. Is it mentioned because it's not there, or is it mentioned because it's there and you just want to keep it there?
I think it's there.
Yeah.
And we want to keep it there.
Oh no, that's fine. It's because it's not clear with some of the some of them, and there's quite a few different groups now doing the pest-free, predator-free type stuff and making sure the funding goes to the right pots, if you like, isn't always easy. So we had in the past done sort of 2 years of funding for the predator-free work on the Port Hills as well. And that's separate to the other groups, isn't it?
No.
That's the same funding?
What we're trying to do is the Pest Free Initiative is trying to coordinate and facilitate everything working together. So the idea is that the group, so it was the 14 parties plus anyone else who joins,
yeah,
it is designed to really be the body through which funding should go.
Yeah.
And that means that they can collectively work out where the best place and best priority is for that funding.
Okay, but the pest-free stuff's really essential for all of the planting stuff that's happening everywhere.
Yeah, it's all combined, yeah. So,
okay, thanks.
Look, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Bernadette Devonport. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I do appreciate you have to take a broad view of income and expenditure to make this the great city that it is. But I'm here tonight just to speak briefly to urge you to keep remembering some of the little people in the city. And there are a couple of points in your long-term plan that I'd like to just speak very briefly to. One is the proposed closing of the Riccarton Road bus lounges, and the other one is the reduction in opening hours of some of your our libraries rather. And it may appear that they're two dissimilar points, but I have the same concern for both, and that is retaining a service that improves the life of the more vulnerable sections of Christchurch society. So, for example, if you walk into any library, there are many, many, many different sorts of people using libraries at any time. But in particular, I'm concerned about those young people at school or post-school who don't have internet access at home. The Ministry of Education found that out last year when it tried to roll out laptops to school pupils during the lockdown. We need those young people need those resources, internet access, to be able to do their homework, to be able to make use of the skilled and knowledgeable staff that are there. And reducing the library opening hours is not going to help them. As regards the Riccarton Road bus lounges, Christchurch residents do have to change buses if they're going to move from the central city to some of the more outlying suburbs. And you can spend up to half an hour waiting for your second bus to arrive. And the secure, warm places, which are the lounges in Riccarton Road, I feel are essential for more vulnerable people in our society, such as, for example, the elderly who no longer can drive, particularly at night or even in the afternoons because of just how old they are. The last thing I'd like to mention very briefly, the third point, is the reserves. I love the fact that the long-term plan is talking about the central city to the sea, going along the Avon River. But every suburb and community in Christchurch has got reserves, playgrounds and so on. And I encourage you to actually help us maintain those reserves. In other words, we'll supply the labour, you supply the plants and the mulching and such fantastic people as employees as Heidi Wilton. But there is and that gives us neighbours a reason to get together for short-term friendly projects. The long-term effect, of course, is not only to make sure that community spirit is maintained, but we will actually eventually, hopefully, get the reintroduction of New Zealand native birds into our neighbourhoods. It's sort of like having the pandemic lockdown without the angst of health and economic issues when you're encouraging community gets together. So I urge the council to focus on providing us with the help, to help you rather. In other words, use us.
That's just music to my ears. Thank you very much. It was a fantastic submission. Finn Jackson.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me. I think when I counted earlier, I think I was the 10th to last person to submit. So you're in the home stretch. It looks like it's been a really long meeting, so well done on sitting through it. Yeah. When I've watched these meetings in the past, I've heard people say that they'll take the submission as read, so I'm going to say that as well. My oral submission now will just focus on why, in my submission, I asked the council to fund out of existing budgets, I will just say, a study into trialling participatory budgeting in Christchurch. You should have received an additional document with information on the proposal. Hopefully it was a thrilling read. So firstly, a little bit about participatory budgeting. It's a terrible name, but it sums it up. It was first conceived of in Porto Alegre, Brazil, and since then in cities like New York and Chicago and Paris, it's basically given residents a direct say over the spending of their budgets, or at least a portion of their budgets. So it's not going to result in a massive blowout. It would provide a way essentially for people to address small tangible problems with, small solutions. So probably, in my mind, more quickly and efficiently than if it was the problems was taken through the existing processes. Yeah, and it will give them a reason to engage with the council on a positive basis. A good example of a problem that could be solved, under participatory budgeting is the issue which you're going to hear more about, I think, later during the submissions process about the extension of fibre broadband up to Huntsbury, because it's a relatively small problem in terms of who it affects. But it's got a pretty cheap cost, and they could probably do something within the participatory budgeting process to address that. Another example would be hypothetically if residents of Burwood were faced with a regularly flooding road. over a course of a couple of years, and they needed someone to dig a little bit of a trench. Oh, New Brighton. Sorry about that. Yeah, I should have known that. I'm from Brighton originally. Yeah, I'll just say it's introducing it in Christchurch is an idea that's been knocking around for a little bit. I know Leanne mentioned it after her re-election in 2016, and I think maybe even on her first day as mayor in a written piece.
Ref Manji was
a big backer, and it was in the terms of reference for the Finance and Performance Committee last council term.
Yeah.
So, the study I've asked for is small, cheap, and a first step towards a city with participatory budgeting where people feel they have genuine power. I hope you support it. Thank you.
No, look, thank you very much. And it's a helpful reminder. I think it's sort of pushed back on the back burner with COVID and everything last year, but it's very right and proper that you raise it again today. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Georgina Bevan. Welcome.
Just want to say good evening. Thank you all for having me here tonight. I am speaking on behalf of Belfast Netball Club. We've submitted in the long-term plan to have our courts redone. We're a fairly big club. Last year, I believe, we had around 25 teams, so one of the biggest clubs in the South Island, let alone just here in Christchurch, and having those home courts well maintained and in good condition is really important for us as a club. Something that makes us different from a lot of other clubs in Christchurch is that we are able to practice and train in our own local area. So we have girls who come all the way out from Rangiora, and then others that come towards Papanui and the city centre to come play with us, and being able to train in Belfast rather down at Hagley just makes it a lot easier. I know for myself, having just to travel 10 minutes out to Belfast versus into town through traffic to get to Hagley, it's supposed to park at Hagley, that sucks. It's so much easier, and being able to use these courts is just really important to us. So I just wanted to outline that I've been with Belfast for 6 years now. Our courts have just continued to deteriorate. As far as I'm aware, in the past 20 years, they haven't been maintained. We can't use sections of the courts because as soon as we get a frost, they will remain wet, they will never dry out. There's random markings from all sorts of other sports, which makes it really hard to play on, especially when you're a young girl trying to learn the sport. They get very confused. I know, I coach. It's taken a lot of time to figure out where the lines are sometimes. There's the holes for the tennis nets, which have actually sunk into the ground, and they do collect water over the season. So it makes it very slippery when we're trying to train. Netball is a very injury heavy sport. It's really heavy on your knees, your ankles, or your joints, and just that extra added slipperiness from the rain because our courts are not well maintained is just added to injury. Back in 2018, I was umpiring at trials, so about 2 months before the season started, and a girl actually, I believe she tore her ACL right in front of me as I was umpiring, and that's, I think, it's a very hard injury to recover by, and I don't think she's actually really been able to return to netball since. And that was quite scary, having someone, break, their ACL right in front of you. I just wanted to stress that Belfast Netball Club, it's a really great club. They serve a large area, and it's really important to our community that we keep these courts. We keep these courts in good condition so that we are able to use them in our future generation. Our kids and everyone else that comes are able to use these courts. They have such a great social aspect and just really provide for a large amount of people. And we just, really want these courts kept in good condition so we can continue to play and support ourselves as a club.
Yeah, and the club have presented to our community board, even though you're across the road from out of our boundary, half your people live in our area. And it was a good presentation. My question would be, have you seen a worse toilet in the entire country than the one at your club? Just for anyone who's thinking of not funding it.
It's horrendous. A girl, I actually coached before I came here today, and a girl wanted to use them. And I was down there with another coach, and she was like, be aware, they are really bad. And she went in and she was like, oh, they're fine, and lifted up the toilet seat, and I think it was filled to the brim of yeah, and there was lots of noise of disgust coming out of that 12-year-old's mouth. So, yeah, I think the last time I used them was about, again, 2 years prior back, or 3 years prior back, probably 2018. And, yeah, I vowed never to go back in there today. Like, again, yeah, today will be the last time until those are redone that I will be stepping back in there, because they are absolutely disgusting.
If you're missing any players this season, they're possibly still in there. So.
Yes, make sure to check when I go back down.
Yeah, well, your community board's already submitted on it too, so we're very, very well aware of the issue. But thanks for exciting the graphic imagery that none of us are now going to be able to get out of our minds.
Happy to take you out there at any time.
No, look, thank you very much. It's really important, club level, what you do in the community. It's amazing. And thank you for being a coach too. That really much appreciated. So thanks for coming.
All good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Greg Clydesdale. Greg, sit. How's that? Ah, the timing. Awesome. I don't think I've ever seen someone turn up just at the moment.
Well, I'll take the opportunity to
take
sing and dance.
Good evening and welcome.
Hello, I've got a PowerPoint that I think someone's meant to be loading up. I think it's going to come up here if we got...
She's probably just doing it as we speak.
Yep,
That's
people
right.
are doing things. I saw it for a moment. Here we go.
It's on its way.
Good one. Yep, it's good. Thank you, whoever was doing that. I heard a voice. Okay, I've got 3 minutes, so I suppose I better get straight into it.
Correct, yeah.
My expertise is economic. I'm an economist, my expertise is economic growth, but I'm different to other economists in that I draw a lot on psychology and history. And that includes, you can see my latest book, which is coming out later this year, is on policies for economic growth. I'm interested in why policies fail. You'll see a book there on human nature. I'm also interested in psychological barriers to good efficient decision making. You know, we like to think that we're rational, but our ideologies can really restrict the way we perceive information. We often follow paradigms very strongly. We're not as rational as we think we are. And we're at our weakest when we really strongly believe in an ideology. Looking at the transport policies and climate change, we want to reduce oil use. That's our goal. We want to reduce oil use. So the first thing I did is I contacted the Littleton Port Company to see what's happening with oil consumption. And I asked for 2013 and 2019, and our oil consumption hasn't gone down. In fact, it's increased by 11.13% in that 6 years. Of course, our population had grown in that time, so I thought, well, let's take into account a per capita basis. And even that, on a per capita basis, you know, our city's contribution to climate change has actually increased. It hasn't been reduced, it's increased. So I thought, well, what about number of cars? Because the council and our urban planners have tried to stop cars from going into the city, use buses and bikes, and our car use has almost doubled in 6 years. And that's on a per capita basis. You'll see, you know, 0.485 cars per person to 0.7. When I try to look, you know, these are broad figures, but when I'm trying to look at evidence that this council's policies fighting climate change have worked, you actually begin to wonder maybe if council's policies have actually been counterproductive. You know, if a business gets 80% of its custom by car, even if you raise that 20% to 25%, they're not going to favour bikes and buses. They're going to favour their car passengers. And by making it hard for cars to travel and park in the city, planners thought they were discouraging cars from driving into the city. In reality, they were discouraging business from returning to the city, which made it hard for that bus hub and spoke system to work. And so businesses remain dispersed, and dispersal of business favours cars and oil. So in other words, council policies has actually favoured the use of cars and oil. Instead of discouraging cars into the CBD, we should have been encouraging them, because with every car that comes to the city, there's also a person busing, it's easier for a person to bike. Policies that seek to return us to the days of bicycles and buses, we need to be forward-looking. Buses can't compete with cars in terms of time, carrying load, routes, and I think the council has failed because it hasn't been getting inside of the head of business people. And I wonder if to some extent they've been ignoring them. We now have wide empty footpaths, fewer businesses in town, fewer customers, fewer pedestrians, empty bike racks everywhere. Very wide footpaths, empty, businesses struggling for customers, empty cycle racks everywhere. I think it's time we need to move away from this climate change frenzy, and it's time for reason. It's time for reason. Look at the goals. Instead of reducing use of oil, the city has increased it even on a per capita basis. Instead of reducing car ownership, it has dramatically increased. Bus and passenger goals of 20 million a year, they got 11 million, 17 million pre-earthquake. The city remains unbuilt. The city has failed because of the ideology it's based on, and I think you guys need to take a move back to the basis, rethink the assumptions on which you're making decisions, and take another breath before you commit more money to policies based on buses and bikes.
Thank you. That's perfect timing. We'll leave it at that, and thank you very much. No, thank you. Thank you, Greg.
Good one. Thank you. Sorry, what was that? Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Now, I'm not sure, is it Carrie Hunter or Curry Hunter? I'm not. Curry, thank you. Sorry, Curry, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Kia ora. O Tautahi is my home, ko Kāria hau, tēnā koutou katoa. We're in a climate crisis, a biodiversity crisis and an inequality crisis, and climate change is already killing hundreds of thousands of people with hunger, disease, heat exposure, etc. And according to Oxfam, a just response means that New Zealand's emissions would be cut by at least 80% by 2020. I agree with them. That means changing how we do almost everything. That's not easy. If no one takes responsibility, it won't get done. This draft long-term plan has lots of stuff in it that's really good, but it's not yet the plan we need. Because the council can't leave it up to central government or to business or to individuals or to some later long-term plan. To do this job, you'll need more resources and you need to work with central and regional government. But the job needs to be done. And what we need is a picture of a zero emissions, environmentally and socially sustainable future for Christchurch, where possible regenerative. A picture of a future that uses no fossil fuels or synthetic fertilisers, that emits far less methane and that does not rely on emissions beyond our borders. A picture that shows how we will eat, drink clean water, have roofs overhead, learn, work and connect with each other. We don't need and can't afford economic growth. We need to reorient. What is the work that will need to be done for our well-being? Who will do it? Where will they live? How will they travel? How can people get supplies? How will people connect with their communities? How will we manage retreat in a low-emissions way? How will we include everyone? We need these in an integrated plan. I have responded to the climate change strategy, but there's a whole lot of money decisions that need to be made in the long-term plan, and no decisions were made without taking this into account. We've seen leaders act swiftly and boldly in a crisis. This may be our last opportunity to act. The decisions that are made this year may be the last chance. And to still have a fighting chance at staying below 1.5 degrees C. If the solutions don't meet everyone's needs equitably, then destructive social conflict will likely make solutions harder or impossible. I ask you as councillors to throw all your weight to this biggest ever challenge. To tautoko mai compatriot Greta Thunberg, I want you to act as though our house is on fire, because it is. And that's the big picture. But I also had a little more detail as well that I wanted to say. When gathering revenue, it must come from those who can most afford it. Transport, it's an emergency. We should be able to get safe, fully connected cycle routes connecting most of Christchurch within a year or so. If we do it using fast, temporary means, we know about road cones, we know about temporary fencing, just get it done fast. That will be the quickest way to get people out of their cars and onto bicycles and skateboards and everything. And if it gets a few people out of their cars, that'll make it more convenient and more attractive to bicycle, and it has to happen anyway.
I'm going to have to wind you up as I did with Greg as well. So, but I mean, a number of people have made the same point, and I think we're hearing it very loud and clear around the ferry road model that has been developed as a way of transforming streetscapes to get us moving in a quicker direction.
What I meant was actually everywhere, not just a few routes.
That's what I'm
every
saying.
Every second street.
That's a lot of people. A lot of people are saying we can do more if we do less of the type, because we've got a more of a transitional nature, but it enables more to go on. Yeah. So thank you very much for your submission. Much appreciated. David Hawke. Good evening.
Okay, kia ora. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us today. So beside me is John Bennett, who's chair of Hallsville Residents Association, and I'm the secretary. So there are two themes that we want to bring to you today. One's a sort of glass half empty theme, and the other is a glass half full theme. So we'll start first with the glass half empty, which is the question of the long-term plan consultation process. Last year in our annual plan submission, we said that City Council needs to develop a strategy for encouraging all demographics in our community. We're just bearing that in mind. We're going to focus on our experience this time round in obtaining more detail on three particular projects in the long-term plan. They're numbered out in our written submission, but Cart Club relocation, Quarryman's Trail connections, and Wigram Hayton. So if we pick up the Wigram Hayton one first, with the help of Andre Moore, a community board member, we got a quick response from the engagement team and from staff, which was great. Cart Club relocation, on the other hand, requires a very deep breath. We emailed Councillor Galloway on the 8th of March, and she promptly forwarded the questions that we had to the Chief Executive's office. And after that, silence. So 8th of March is nearly 2 months ago. Until we raised the issue with Councillor Galloway again this morning. She quickly got a reply, and apparently the project that we're talking about shouldn't have even been in the long-term plan. Quarryman's Trail cycle connections, we emailed pretty much as soon as the consultation opened. Questions immediately acknowledged by your engagement team, but after that, silence. Then on Saturday, which is some time after the consultation closed, we got an email with some plans, except the plans were for the cycleway itself, which is built and in use, not the project that is in the long-term plan. Interacting with the staff and your engagement team has been really, really positive. We think they put their hearts into their jobs. The problem we see, if we bring this across the three projects I've talked about, is that these staff are not being resourced properly, which in turn says that as a council, you're not taking consultation seriously. And we suspect from the issue with the Cart Club project and other areas that have come into the long-term plan that the resourcing of the long-term plan preparation hasn't been done adequately either. I'd have to say we spent a lot of time in putting together our submissions, and all this mucking around, we think that as a council you're taking a rather cavalier approach to people like us and our committee who put a lot of work in on behalf of our communities. But I thought we'll put the happy side now, which is your strengthening communities team and its funding. The projects that we run as an association, the Anzac commemoration is the most visible. They have a seamless and enthusiastic backing of your staff on your behalf. We're currently working on a heritage project, again with the strong and enthusiastic backing of your staff on your behalf. The projects that I've just mentioned and other ones that we're involved in could not easily be done by City Council itself, so we're really happy that you have come alongside us for these projects. So thanks for listening. Kia ora.
I'm just going to allow a little bit of leeway in terms of time here as well, because your submission was one of the ones that I read and specifically, not by name, mentioned in my star column where I talked about people who'd raised the fact that they had to rely on institutional knowledge for the memory of things that had come and gone, and it isn't good enough, and it is something that we are working with staff on to make sure that we've got a better way of communicating with particularly in the residential areas where their knowledge about the background to all of these projects is so great. So I love the fact that you ended on that positive note about working in partnership. Tim.
Thank you very much for your submission. Just with regards to point E with the PT for Lincoln Road.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I know you'll be aware, we've been very sensitive about that going through Addington, because you see what Brum Street's done to Waltham and those wonderful old suburbs. So we're just taking a time to be sensitive to the Addington community. Mm-hmm. There's no question we're all on the same boat with this, and PT and cycle lanes, but we do have to be respectful for those older communities it's going to go through. And with regards to Wakakotahi, with regards to Hallsville Road, one of the issues that has come up and concerns with the local community is Rowley Ave being identified by many as a rat run, and it's got a school, it's a low decile area, so we really want to just be careful and sensitive about that. So we're all on the same boat, but we just want to be, and you have been very respectful of those communities, so we're not going slow, we're just being respectful, and thank you.
All right, yep.
Cheers.
Between you and me,
and everyone who's on the other end of the live stream,
and anyone who's
watching,
overhearing. We went to the Transport Agency drop-in on the State Highway 75 consultation, and we asked them, how much have you been talking to City Council? And they said, what? And I guess, I'm not sure whether it's in our submission, but what we see is agencies not talking to each other.
No, we have been. They've come to our community board. We had a really good session with them, and Carolyn Potter was there, and you can imagine if they'd done anything wrong, she would have ripped them apart. So, so it's surprising they said that, because we have been in contact with them.
Yeah, because we were in touch with them about the need to look at its speed limits past Little River. So it's interesting. Yeah. But maybe the people undertaking the engagement hadn't been engaged with our. But I agree with you that it's perhaps an example of where a more collaborative engagement process would have been more sensible to develop.
But I do want to acknowledge your sensitivity towards those other communities. It's always been first rate. So thank you very much for that, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Sarah.
Thanks so much. And I remember the submission from last year on engagement stuff. How would you, apart from the actual resourcing itself to do things and the finding out extra information, how would you suggest that we do things differently to capture those demographic groups and those kind of things next time round, or in other consultations we do?
Yeah, it's a real challenge, because if you think of the situation, I think you've got about 2,500 submissions, is that right?
Though quite a few of the group ones represent from 20 to 100 people.
Okay,
so,
but if you multiplied, an effective consultation, you might have had, instead of 2,500, you might have had 25,000.
Yeah.
And how would the current system cope with, instead of 400 people wanting to talk to you, 4,000 people wanting to talk to you? And one of the things is there's a lot of discussion around the world about a more deliberative approach. And if you think of the way, for example, like lots of people bring this up, but the approach that the Share an Idea system used, which was more at a sort of community level, bringing things together, and that sort of acted as a distillation that then went up to higher levels. And one of the, I can't remember his name, but one of your previous submitters talked about participatory budgeting.
Finn.
Yeah. And that potentially is part of that. It's really interesting that international literature says that you've got to be really careful about that sort of thing, because if you pick your topic and all you end up with is fistfights. And but it costs a lot more time and money, but that sort of more ground level participatory sort of approach might be one way forward.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, I think that the linking the community boards and their residents associations into more of a workshop format would actually work quite well. If we had, but to resource that, which would be, because, there are some submissions have come in on particular subjects. As soon as we've given additional time to the lead on the subject area, the individual submissions have dropped away because they know that the issues are going to get canvassed in a more expansive way than they would do by a 3-minute series of slots all saying the same thing. So,
I guess one of the, this is sort of just sort of shooting myself in the foot a wee bit, but as a residents association, we can't claim that we represent the entire demographics of Hallsville. And community boards really struggle to reach out into the community. So, there's quite a bit of work to go in that space.
Let's do some thinking about how we might make that happen, and we can do it outside of the LTP process as a lead up to an LTP process, I think. But anyway, thank you very much for your extensive work that you've put into your submission and providing me with some fodder for my star column. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for listening. Kia ora.
Priscilla's not here yet, so Richard Jack. Welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora. So I'm Richard, and I live in the very organised neighbourhood at the top of Huntsbury Hill that's been excluded from the fibre rollout. I understand you might have heard from some of my neighbours already today.
Yes, you're number 3.
3? Oh gosh, sorry, I hope my jokes are better. So Enable maintain that we're 350 metres away from the nearest, from the fibre rollout, but we're not. I went past it on my way to work this morning, and I got out of my car and I thought, well, I reckon I could throw a rock between the end of Westview Terrace and the nearest fibre connected property. I didn't try and throw a rock because I thought it might genuinely have been threatening. It's really quite close, maybe 50 metres, 60 metres, something like that. It's not a big gap. It's quite hard not to be discouraged by the fact that Enable want 36 grand to connect us. When you look around the country, you see places on the Amuri Plains like Rotherham and Waiau. They're neighbourhoods about the size as us, but they're miles away from anywhere. They can get connected. Manapuri, Kurau, these places can get connected, but we can't. We're not a rural subdivision. We're in the residential city zone. I can see this building from my front door. We're not rural properties, and there's one residential zoned property that has not been developed that we have the misfortune to be on the other side of. And for some reason, this means that we've been excluded. So this has a couple of issues. The first one is really one of equity. We're actually being asked to pay for this twice. We've already paid for it once through our rates and taxes. And it's not really very reasonable to ask us to pay for it again. The second issue is that it doesn't really align with Enable's statement of intent or Christchurch City Council's strategic goals. This doesn't provide for a connected city. This doesn't provide for a resilient city. This doesn't enable economic prosperity. It's just a limit on us. And we know our community well. We're a group of people that some of us work from home. Some of us are trying to run businesses. Some of us are distance learners. Some of us haven't seen our families in 12 months, except through a computer screen. And we're trying to do all of this over fixed wireless or the agent copper network. And this just isn't viable into the future. So what we'd like to do is see you guys put some pressure on Enable for them to pay for this out of discretionary funding or pay for it directly. Maybe the $13 million they've just paid you guys as a dividend could be helpful here. Yeah, so I guess I'll finish by asking the question that Enable's been putting up on billboards, which is 2.7 million Kiwis are connected to fibre. What are you waiting for?
Thank you very much. And I mean, obviously, we've had a really clear expression about the subject. Yours is not the only area in Christchurch that is cut off from that link-in. So,
however, it's probably the only one that's within 50 to 100 metres.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, ask your neighbour if he has issues.
I'm sure there are others,
Yeah, no, there are.
And we understand there's a line. There's got to be a line, but
there is a line, and, and so the question that you're asking us is to find some resources within the LTP to bridge that line. So,
yeah. Well, our question is, why does the line not align with the residential zone? You know, we're in that, or do we get a discount on our rates?
There is a clear answer to that question, but it's not. It's not for now. So,
Sure.
But we will, as a council, take on board your submission and see what we can do with that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ross McFarlane from the Hallsville River Rating District Liaison Committee. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having us so late. You must have been done something terribly long to be kept in this late. But,
No, we don't mind.
I take the submission as read. And tonight I'm going to focus on a few words. Fair, unfair, equitable, inequitable, serviced, non-serviced, amenity and accessibility. The Hallsville River Rating District was sent a 30th of March dated letter, received 6th of April, to say some pretty massive changes were occurring in the way rates were charged around the whole district, which we don't think is fair and equitable, but we're still in the Hallsville Rating Districts because we already pay a rate to ECAN. So whilst it's seen that we might be paying two rates, the reason this rate has been brought in is probably what I'm going to touch on first. In the submission I've left two options, and the option one, which I think is fair to everybody, is to do nothing at all. This is not broken. Why you need to bring in this wholesale change when you have got 96.3% rating coverage by value and 97.5% rating coverage by volume. That 96 and 97 are serviced areas. People have a conduit, a connection, a pipe or some plumbing to a service. You are bringing in a targeted rate to areas that has no service. So on that basis, if you think that's fair, we actually think it's totally inequitable. I'm sure you'll hear over the next 5 days from a lot of rural folk, particularly from Banks Peninsula, because they are being punished. There's some pretty big increases out there, and based on their capital value. We had a great deal of difficulty getting communication with staff. We sort of saw this coming in your draft report of March 4th, but we didn't have physical area maps of where you were going to bring this global district land drainage rate to. We asked for a meeting on the 14th of March. We finally got a meeting on the 14th of April, 4 days before submissions closed. Speaking with senior rating staff, they said, do not go to council and argue you are paying the rate twice. You are wasting your time, we were told. Essentially, they're saying this is about accessibility and amenity. Everybody in the city benefits by the land drainage rate, we are told. However, in the Hallsville River Rating District, and this is the analogy I've put in the submission, you exit the city, you go into Selwyn, you go down State Highway 75, you head to Akaroa, you go back out of Selwyn, and you go back into Christchurch. We pay the rate for that area. We give you that amenity and that accessibility down that corridor. Is it fair that we should pay that rate twice? We say no. This really is a shock to everybody. And if you start to use that analogy, what's next? Will our river rating districts start to charge you for opening Lake Ellesmere? Because that's something you don't pay for presently, but it is of benefit to the city to discharge the water that comes from the Upper Hallsville River catchment area. So you're really going into a line and an area that, what's next? Well, the air comes from New Brighton, we'll charge Hallsville for that. It's that sort of scenario. And to take it back to the farming community and charge them, the last thing you want to be doing to the farming community is imposing a rate on them that will see them stop doing some of the very basic work that they do because it's in their nature and their best interest if their tractor's going down a road to clear a drain while they go past it. They're not going to ring and expect it done by city services or whatever. So it's just a totally unfair application, and I ask you to look at option 1 of our submission. And if you don't, and that's not palatable to you, please ensure that you adopt option 2, which is essentially not including the Hallsville district. So that's really the 5 minutes really gone. And I've got 9 seconds for questions. 6.
I've got you written here twice though, but
No, it's only those.
sorry? Did you have a personal submission as well?
The personal submission, yes. Was that 5 minutes or?
No.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Flies long, doesn't it?
no, but there's a second block of 3 minutes for your personal submission. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll not touch on the land drainage rate in my personal submission. I think I've just covered that.
You have.
Personal submission. Take you back to June 25th, 2019. City Council made a resolution to do a full rates review. We've been expecting this for a while. We would have thought that would have engaged with the community and maybe looked at some of those errand rates, and I'm going to bring to your attention the one that causes probably the most upset, and that's the remote rural rebate, where it applies 25% discount to the general rate. This is a subjective rate. You've heard it before. It is inequitably applied. Our last meeting with council senior finance staff basically said to us, if you know of any people that this rate should apply to, could you ring us so we can increase their rate? What sort of policy demands neighbours dob in neighbours on the erection or of a shed, for example, or the removal of stock or the arrival of stock? It is just silly policy. Commercial policy and the 67% premium is applied by the district plan zoning. If you did the same to the rural remote rebate, you would get the same outcome. You would get black and white. You either pay it or you don't. Staff, it's obvious, spend a lot of time on Google, looking down, looking up driveways and finding out what's changed in areas. It really is, it's bad policy, and staff shouldn't have to act on bad policy. I don't know what was brought to you on that, but my submission mentions where you're now changing a property, if it's greater than 20 hectares and it has a connection past it to the sewer, you're now not charging that a residential rate. I'd suggest to you that you want to really look at that, and if that property is able to be subdivided, why would you give that property a 25% reduction in their holding cost when, if it is zoned for residential, it should be bringing and coming into the land market and made into housing? That's not a good piece on that. So there's other points in my personal submission that I take as read, but I'll touch on land sales. The policy of using the LTP to get the community to bring to you reasons or not for holding on to properties is the wrong approach. More so in our Hallsville area, because we are balancing development gifted reserves against ones that we want to hold on to. And I mentioned specifically 46 Nichols Road. It was in the trance of Otatahi Community Housing gifts as the balance for what they lost through their housing insurance portfolio. We were told it was gifted to Otatahi Community Housing Trust. In the meantime, the energy of a play centre looking for a location has been lost, and their funding also has been lost through national property management changes. We had a group of people who were really driven towards getting a new play centre. If we had picked up that land when it was available, it would be built, done, dusted by now. So yes, you really need to engage with the community on each and one of those. Comes back to the kart club also. You're selling land around a motorsport facility, yet you're funding the go-kart club to move to another facility again. So yeah, you need to have a look at the holistic approach there. I touched also on the transfer station, that smelly place over in... you've got land that you own out in Miners Road. Now Miners Road is the dirtiest, dustiest, holiest piece of ground you can imagine. Its closest neighbour is the Department of Corrections or their pig farm. That is the place for smelly facilities. To me, you should have moved it out there. My personal point of view. Anyway, I've had my 3 minutes, haven't I?
You have.
Any more questions?
Thank you very, very much, Ross. That's much appreciated.
Oh, there was one question, sorry.
It's time.
Oh.
So thank you very much. Thank you. George Forbes. Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Last one.
Lucky last, I think.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this short verbal submission. I oppose the proposed plan for an excess residential water supply charge. Otatahi Christchurch is New Zealand's garden city. Flourishing gardens and green spaces are a critical component of a healthy community and environment. Green spaces, including those that are residential, give the garden city its title. I believe that Council's policies should proactively encourage more green spaces, and logically, that means active, sensible water use. We have here a uniquely water-rich city, and whether for ourselves or for the green environment around us, our residential use of water here is generally good use. I am concerned about the presentation and use of statistics by Council in the long-term plan consultation document. There is a bias towards this proposal and a risk that the bias unreasonably and unfairly skews the proposal information. This largely flat and water-rich city is quite different in many substantial ways to cities such as Auckland, Wellington and Dunedin. We are hugely fortunate in that regard, and we should not pin ourselves disadvantageously to similar methodologies introduced by others who bear little practical resemblance to this city. I've set out some specific examples in my written submission. This proposed new charge, as formulated, appears in reality to be a gardens and families tax in this garden city. I strongly believe that this proposal risks residents becoming hesitant about planning, developing and maintaining gardens of the city, and additionally, any household with 2.8 people or more using average quantities of water each per day will come under the proposed taxation regime. It's not encouraging of a city that wants families to be a vibrant part of its growing community. My submission is that this new gardens and families tax would only be another unfair tragedy for the people and for the environment of this great garden city. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for all of that. Questions? Sam?
Thank you, George, for coming in. Can you just maybe touch on you talk about the data in the presentation in the LTP document that was potentially biased or, skewing one way. What did you mean by that?
Quite a chunk of the data, I understand, comes from Water New Zealand, which is a different and independent body. There's been a pick and mix of the use of that data. And in addition, what I really mean by that is some of the presentation of figures are done on an almost apples and apples comparison, as if Christchurch had the same elements to it than any other city. But I don't think you can compare Christchurch on an apples and apples basis for somewhere like Auckland, which has a water supply shortage, when we are in fact a water-rich city. It's the infrastructure that causes us the issue rather than their supply.
It is about the infrastructure. We're not talking about charging for water. We're using it as but it's only the water that goes through our infrastructure. We're charging for the infrastructure use, not for the water itself.
Well, you will be charging, I understand, for the use of water if you use more than the
yes. So
average
the
use per day.
volumetric charging is designed to pick up this excessive use. And that's the debate. And you are quite right to point out that we need to really reflect on the quality of the input data. Yeah, the data that we're contemplating if we're going to compare apples with apples rather than what you're suggesting, apples with pears.
You're right. The use of the word excessive is entirely subjective, and I would concur with you that the data does need to be re-examined.
Yeah, and we will examine the data, but we also do need to think about the infrastructure. And you've suggested that there's another way of addressing that. So specifically.
Well, I've asked that you as a council look at other options other than mere taxation.
Yeah, yeah. All right, thank you very
Thanks
much.
so much.
That was a good note to end on. Thank you very much. All right, thank you everyone, and I will adjourn this meeting until tomorrow at 10 a.m. So we'll see you all in here before 10 a.m. so that we can get the meeting underway on the dot.